Dr. Ellis,
Here.
Dr. Cobb, Dr. Ellis,
Here.
Dr. Foster,
Here.
Dr. Broderick,
Here.
and Dr. Vu.
Here. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the March 23rd, 2021 virtual public comment session. It is now 5:30. Public comment provides the opportunity to bring issues to the attention of the Board of Education. It is an opportunity for the board to listen. As a general rule, the board will not respond to any comments made by speakers. All speakers are asked to sign up in advance by contacting our board secretary, Sarah Dalkey, at sarah.dalkey@sbps.org or call 612-434-0015 or online via public comment form. Public comment sign-in will end at 5:30 p.m. Virtual public comment will be conducted via phone or via computer and audio Microsoft Teams. The order in which speakers will be called is as follows: students, speakers referencing an agenda-related item, and then others in order of names received, with preference given to those who have not spoken in the past 3 months. After you have spoken, please email or send your comments to Ms. Dalkey. Audience members are asked to remain quiet during public comment so all may hear. Speakers are also advised that any complaint or issue related to personnel must be made in writing. For your own legal protection and the legal rights of staff, please do not include identifiers of St. Paul Public School employees such as names, job titles, grades taught, or work location. Each presentation will be timed. When the time is up, speakers are asked to complete their statements immediately. If the presentation exceeds time, the speaker will be muted. The allotment of time may be reduced to allow as many speakers as possible to offer their comments within the 30 minutes allowed. Individuals may be allotted 3 minutes tonight. If a large group wishes to address one subject, they may be asked to coordinate amongst themselves to present their subject within a time allotted by the chair. Speakers are asked to be respectful when making their presentations. Any disrespectful conduct by the speaker will result in forfeiting speaking time. Audience members are likewise expected to be respectful of speakers. Disrespectful conduct may result in your being asked to leave the room or in the chair or board calling a recess. Please begin by stating your name only. No additional information such as address is necessary. Our first speaker tonight is Mr. Peter Hendricks.
Good evening, Superintendent Gothard, school board members, Chair Foster. I'm speaking tonight on the old business item related to the memorandum of agreement between the district and the employees in the superintendency agreement. As you know, this matter is being brought again by the administration. It was originally brought before the board in January, and I will give you some comments. My first comment is that this is an improvement from the proposal submitted in January. However, it is not perfect. The new proposal does remove the longevity pay. It does also remove the salary range increase of $5,000 as a salary compression solution. This proposal would be made better if it included a published salary survey by the district comparing comparable positions in other districts. And the proposal needs to keep in mind that, the proposal is proposing to increase the district's monthly health insurance contribution from $1,075 to $1,250 for these employees and their dependents. This represents a 16% increase. And the board needs to be aware that this is more than the district contributes for similar benefits to TAs. nutrition employees, custodians, and teachers. Teachers receive a maximum contribution for health insurance of $1,100, and the district is now asking the board to approve for the superintendency cohort an increase to $1,250, and I do not think that is warranted. The district pays term life insurance at 3 times the salary for these employees, dental insurance up to $125 per month, and the full cost of long-term and short-term disability premiums. This year has been unique for all of us for a number of reasons, and the school district is no different. The employees in the superintendency group receive a $6,000 a year auto allowance, and I would submit that the pay increase proposed can be met with the auto allowance that many of the employees are not driving as much because schools have been closed for a vast portion of the last year. I also want to address the transparency. The district has a website that includes labor agreements for many of its employees. However, the superintendency agreement is not on the website, and I think it should be. I will give kudos to Director McCarty for emailing it to me, but I had to make a request. Also, in terms of transparency, this proposal brought before you does not include the cost. The last 4 proposals all include the actual cost of these increases when you look back at board books in 2018, 2016, 2014, and 2010.
Mr. Hendricks, can you please conclude your comments?
Yes, I will just conclude by referencing that Governor Walz and his chief of staff have extended their 10% pay cut through June 30th of this year. And I think the district and its highly compensated employees should take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Next, we have Mr. Joe Nathan.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and members of the district staff. My name is Joe Nathan. I have been a parent of 3 children who have attended the St. Paul Public Schools. We currently have 3 grandchildren who are attending the St. Paul Public Schools. I want to strongly agree with the comments of Peter Hendricks and note that more than 2 months ago, I requested from the district staff a cost of the budget proposed budget revisions based on these new salary arrangements, and more than 2 months have passed and I have not yet received an explanation of how much this would cost. This is not transparency, and as Mr. Hendricks has pointed out, it is not equitable. There's a lot of discussion in this district from a lot of the people on this call about equity, but this is not an equitable proposal. It also, it seems to me, dramatically does not reflect the intent for many years of judging the individual superintendency members by the contributions to the district. And so I have grave concerns about this proposal. But I want to speak on one other issue, and that is the recommendations of the multiple millions, tens of millions of dollars facilities plan. I speak as a former member of the National Federal Board of the National Clearing and Educational Facilities. I've also talked over the last several weeks with parents, educators, and community experts who have met, including with board member Kopp, who recently attended a meeting to discuss the possibility of increasing the energy efficiency and solar energy opportunities in St. Paul. I want to quote from the March 9th committee of the board, page 49. This capital plan aligns with St. Paul Achieves and envisions St. Paul Public Schools. The action on March 23rd will determine the direction for the next 5 years. I have grave concerns about the complete lack of information in this plan, the more than 100 pages of this plan, to do 3 things that are urged by the U.S. Department of Education Green Ribbon Schools. First, reduce environmental impact and cost. Second, to improve the health and wellness of schools. And third, to provide effective environmental and sustainable education. I want to strongly encourage the board to schedule a meeting with the U.S. Department of Education Green Ribbon Schools Plan, which for since 2012 has been identifying schools all over the United States, including schools in Minneapolis, St. Paul, Duluth suburbs, and greater Minnesota. More than 25 schools in Minnesota have been identified as green urban schools. Unfortunately, not a single St. Paul public school has been identified as a green school. This has enormous opportunities for the citizens of St. Paul. In 2019, just for example, the Forest Lake District noted that because of some things that they had done, they were saving a new rooftop, an energy efficient rooftop in the district was saving $70,000 a year. We are talking tonight, you are talking tonight about approving more than $80 million, $80 million
Mr. Nathan?
spent on 2 schools. And yet, as I look at more than 100 pages of documents, there is no specific reference.
Mr. Nathan, please conclude your comment.
$80 will reduce environmental impact, will improve the health and wellness of the schools. I strongly urge that you ask the board, and I will conclude in the next 30 seconds, Mr. Chair. I strongly encourage that you ask the superintendent to revise this $80 million proposal and the more than 100 pages of other proposals within the next 30 to 60 days to reflect these goals, reduce environmental impact, save millions of dollars for the citizens of the St. Paul, improve the health and wellness of schools. We need to have explicit plans for how tens of millions of dollars are going to be spent to accomplish these goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nathan. Next, we have Elizabeth Dickinson.
And, I'm unmuted. Thank you very much. It's lovely to be with all of the directors and the superintendent tonight. I wanted to make you aware of an organizing effort that is going on in St. Paul at the moment. And it actually refers to what Joe Nathan was just talking about. There's a group from the educators of St. Paul and the West Side Community Organization. And we are both very interested in trying to make the schools more energy efficient and to also consider either rooftop solar or community solar in some form. As Joe mentioned, Director Kopp and some of the candidates for school board came to a community group several weeks ago where we did a presentation on some of the ways that that could be accomplished. And I can tell you that we have already close to 500 signatures of people who really want the St. Paul Public Schools to do something with solar. And I think that nearly 500 that we have signing the petition so far, we have about 75 students who have signed as well. So I think there will be grave disappointment, frankly, in the ranks if the plan that goes through does not include some way of incorporating solar in some form. And I think over the next several months, some of the organizing efforts are going to involve asking for some time, I think, at a board meeting to do a presentation to talk about some of the ways that that could be accomplished that would be very financially prudent, frankly, and save a lot of money and not necessitate a lot of upfront costs. But there's so many ways to do it, and we want to make sure that the school board is apprised of all of the different ways that it could happen and that they consider those seriously. Because of all of the things I've been involved with over the years around the environment, I can tell you that this is the one that gets the most enthusiasm, and that there is a lot of enthusiasm that's building in the community as people get more educated about it. So I would just urge you to make sure that there is room going forward to make that a possibility and to keep your minds open around some of the information that we're going to be presenting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. With that, there are no other requests for public comment at tonight's session, and I would adjourn the public comment session and remind the board and community that our regular meeting of the Board of Education will begin at 6:05 p.m. via this live stream.
Director Allen,
Here.
Director Cobb,
Here.
Director Ellis,
Here.
Director Foster,
Here.
Director Broderick,
Here.
and Director Booth.
Here.
Thank you, thank you. All right. Good evening and welcome to the March 23rd, 2021 regular meeting of the Board of Education. The time is now 6:06 p.m. and we will begin with roll call conducted by our Board Secretary, Ms. Sarah Dalkey.
Director Allen,
Here.
Director Cobb,
Here.
Director Ellis,
Here.
Director Foster,
Here.
Director Broderick,
Here.
and Director Booth.
Here.
I'd also like to acknowledge members of our administration as well. Please respond as Sarah calls your name.
Superintendent Gothard.
Here.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have to go through participants quick. Chuck Long, General Counsel.
Here.
Cedric Baker, Chief of Staff.
Here.
Marie Schruel, Chief Financial Officer.
Here.
Jackie Turner, Chief Operations Officer.
Here.
Dave Watkins, Chief of Schools.
Here.
Kate Wilcox Harris, Chief Academic Officer.
Here.
Stacy Grayachea, Director, Office of Research, Evaluation, and Assessment. Adam McCarty, Executive Director of Human Resources.
Here.
Kevin Burns, Director, Office of Communications.
Here.
Feng Tao, Board Administrator.
Here.
Dali, C member. I think I saw C member Ali on here.
Here.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. And I'm Sarah Delkey, Board Secretary, and I'll turn it back to you, Chair Fox.
Thank you. Tonight, I'd also like to take this moment. It is a special night, and I want to take this moment to honor our beloved former board chair, Marnie Zhang. Today, she would be 32 years old. It is her birthday, and we miss her each and every day. This afternoon, Chair Zhang's mother and sister brought down flowers in honor of her mother, and they paid homage to her in the space where she thrived and where she led with great joy and considerable skill for the community of the SPPS. Last April, Chair Zhang championed a resolution condemning the xenophobic, racist, and all anti-Asian attacks that were elevated by the COVID-19. She knew how important it was for this board to make a statement as the harassment, discrimination, and violence against Asian Americans increased at the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic. The recent killings in Atlanta have again pushed these issues of anti-Asian racism to the forefront of our national conversation and for many in our Asian American and Pacific Islander community. They've exacerbated the feelings of deep grief and fear. And today we remember and we celebrate Chair Zhang, and we reaffirm our commitment to serving and supporting our AAPI students and community. We are a board that is changed, and we are changing, yet still shaped and compelled by the values and commitments that Chair Zhang carried with great love and determination. May she forever remain in our hearts and in our work as we lead. So at this moment, I would love to ask those on the line with us to take a moment of silence in honoring Chair Marnie Zhang. Thank you. Next, I would like to open it up for reflection from any of our board members that may want to take this time, beginning with Director Allen.
I really don't have a lot of words, just rest in power. And, you know, clearly she was a visionary in seeing the trauma that was coming forward in her community and our community. And I stand with Marnie against xenophobia. And, you know, I welcome any type of support I can get in solidarity with my API brothers and sisters. You know, holler at me.
Thank you. Director Ellis.
I'm sorry, Chair, I don't have anything right now. Thank you.
Director Broderick.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Foster, for those wonderful words about Marnie. I will always remember Marnie, and I will miss her. God bless you, Marnie.
Thank you. Director Vu.
And I was there earlier today, to make sure that a board member was here to receive Marnie's mother and her sister when they came into the building and gave us some flowers in remembrance of Marnie Jeong. I felt that was important. And the only thing I have to say is that I want to respond to Marnie's mother. I want to do my best. I want to make sure that whoever comes after me, that they do their best as well.
Thank you. Member Ali.
Thank you, Chair Foster. I think what you have put into words is really emotional and something that is acceptable at this time. But what I would like to say is that I would like to urge each one of you to follow her footstep and continue the work she started, and get that through the finishing line. And I think that's something she would have wanted. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Director Kopp.
Thank you, Chair Foster. I just want to feel like I should have something better to say on a day like this. But mostly what I reflect on is Marnie as a singular, important, and just rare leader and human being. And if we can do half of what she was capable of, our community will be better for it. My heart continues to be with her family and friends and those who loved and knew her best.
Thank you. Dr. Gothard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I think one of the things that I miss most about Marnie is that talking about her day at school. As you know, she worked, and my heart also goes out to Principal Payton and the staff and the students at Hmong International School in Minneapolis. It was great to reflect on her, about her day, and the challenges she faced as in her position and her role. She did everything at that school for everyone, and one of Marnie's many gifts was to be a great encourager. She encouraged everyone, and I can only imagine how that looked with students, staff in some of their trying times, and certainly with a superintendent who faced his share of problems. Marnie was always there to encourage. And she did it publicly, which was great, but privately, man, she was in everyone's corner. And I think if we can reflect on her birthday, and happy birthday to her, let's look for ways to encourage others in these really hard times. Maybe go outside of our comfort zone to be there for others. Something that she was really great at, and something that is definitely missed. To the Zhang family, thank you for continuing to think about St. Paul Public Schools and understanding how important she was to our community and allowing us to continue to
Director Allen.
Sorry, I wanted to, you kind of caught me off guard, I think, in the first part, and I definitely wanted to pay honor to Marnie, but I do want to circle back and say the work that we're doing around culturally relevant curriculum and ethnic studies is going to lay the foundation for eliminating the xenophobia that we deal with in our communities. And I'm speaking because I've been in communication with a lot of my API brothers and sisters over the last week and trying to figure out, like, how do we start to break these cycles? Because it's not just happening in Atlanta, it's happening right here in Frogtown, where our elders are being attacked on a regular basis. And how do we start to break that issue, that battle that we have amongst each other? And a lot of it stems from lack of education and understanding each other and where we really come from, and realizing that there's great people in everyone's vicinity. You know, we see each other as people and humans, right? But when you start to understand that human's uncle was a general and the work that he put in for our country, it starts to give you a different perspective on why folks are here and how they got here and the trials and tribulations. So I'm excited to really get this work going, because it really is going to lay the foundation for the understanding that's needed to start to eliminate a lot of this xenophobia that we experience on a day-to-day basis in our communities. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. And I will close that thinking about Chair Zhang, and what she would say is, you know, hate is not acceptable anywhere in our community. And there are organizations out there such as CAL, the Coalitions for Asian Leadership, and many other programs that are offering ways to become leaders, to be informed, to be allies. What we can't do is be complacent as we talk about the work to dismantle hate in our communities in all forms. So speak to your neighbors. See something, say something. Continue to be very intentional in your dialogue with our AAPI folks and others that you know are identified as folks that are typically targeted as through hate groups. And when we do that, we'll stand in solidarity for each other and in community, and honor the memories of those who continue to do this fight and have left us, but leave a legacy for us to continue on. Thank you. With this, I will continue to resume our meeting. Thank you guys for taking the time for that and for your words. And to the Zhang family, again, we see, feel, and hear your grief, and know that we are here. And thank you for the memorial. It has blessed our hearts greatly today as well. To ensure effective discussion via this phone conference, I will be using our roll call procedure to ensure each board member and the superintendent has an opportunity to provide input. If you have questions or comments, please hold them until I call your name. At the end of each discussion, there will also be an opportunity for Superintendent Gothard to make closing remarks. I'd like to remind everyone that this is an open meeting, and I welcome all the community members of the public who are on the line at this time. Welcome. I would also like to ask all board directors and staff on the line to please mute your phone when you're not speaking, just as you would turn off your microphone at the DS. And for board members, when we're up here, it's even more important that when we're not speaking, we have our mutes on so the echo isn't in place. As a reminder, virtual live public comment is now available prior to each regular meeting of the Board of Education, beginning at 5:30 via phone or Microsoft Teams. Members of the public may register for public comment by 1, contacting the board secretary at sarah.dalkey@spps.org, or calling 612-434-1105, or by 2, submitting via the public comment input form at www.spps.org/BOE. Next, I'd like to move on to approval of the order of the main agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. That motion was seconded by Vice Chair Vu. Vote, please.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Cobb,
Yes.
Director Ellis,
Yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
and Director Boo.
Yes.
And that vote was 6 yeses, 0 nos.
That motion passes unanimously with 6-0. Next on the agenda is recognitions, and I will turn it over to you, Superintendent Gothard.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As you know, always a great opportunity for us to recognize outstanding work in St. Paul Public Schools. Tonight, I'd like to begin our recognitions by celebrating the good work of our amazing counselors and the special efforts surrounding RAMP. RAMP stands for Recognized ASCA Model Program. ASCA, or the American School Counselor Association, recognizes schools that demonstrate a comprehensive, data-driven, and student-centered school counseling program. I'd like to invite our Director for College and Career Readiness, Darren Ginther, to join us to introduce the school principals of each school and the individuals we're recognizing tonight. Mr. Ginther.
Thank you. Chair Foster, members of the board, and SEED member Ali. Becoming a recognized ASCA model program, or RAMP for short, is a true sign of dedication to one's school and their school counseling program. A RAMP application must include every aspect of a comprehensive school counseling program according to the American School Counselor Association, and each aspect of the application must meet high standards. This process, which takes over a year, includes data collection, collaboration with administrators and community, and deep reflection about the outcomes of a counselor's work. Reviewed by a panel of counselor leaders across the country, nationwide, roughly 70 of these applications achieve RAMP status each year. SPPS Counseling continues building a culture of excellence where school counselors are inspired and empowered to strive for the best possible outcomes for their students. This work can only happen with meaningful collaboration with building principals. We're grateful for this partnership and are proud of these counselors and their principals who create a school culture that includes data-driven decisions that are geared towards short-term and long-term student outcomes. I'd be remiss if I did not acknowledge and thank our lead elementary school counselor, Sue Arvidsson. She's provided significant leadership, mentorship, and support throughout the RAMP process and in general for the elementary counselors you'll see tonight and all of our elementary counselors. With that, I'd like to introduce our schools who are being recognized here tonight. First up is John A. Johnson, Principal Elizabeth Sherrick. I invite you to share a few words and to introduce your school counselor.
Thank you, Superintendent Gothard, Madam Chair, members of the board, SEED member Ali, and I just want to say I'm so glad and excited to be here and say congratulations to Miss Becky Lucci, our counselor at John A. Johnson. Miss Lucci, you rose to the challenge, and boy, was it a big one this last year. Miss Lucci, as the Jaguars all call her, persevered to achieve RAMP status for our school through all of the challenges that our families and our school and students have faced. I just learned so much from her during this RAMP process, and she said in her quote that she really does know what she's doing now. She is a critical support at our school. She really said it best when she said we are a RAMP school, because we are working towards everything at JAJ being a collaborative effort, and RAMP has really been key in this, in our effort to work all together and wrap around our students. So I just am so proud that she is leading this work at our school and that she really did help us to become a RAMP school, and as she leads our mental health and wellness team. You are such a strong voice to make all things RAMP a priority at John A. Johnson, and this really is how JAJ will make a difference. So Miss Lucci, thank you for all you do for our students and for JAJ.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And I couldn't have done it without you. You are my biggest collaborator, and I really appreciate your leadership and the permission that you gave me to do this work that was involved with RAMP. Couldn't have done it without you or the collaborative staff that we have at JAJ. It's an amazing place to be, and I wanted to do this for the students of JAJ. And I know that in a RAMP school, all the indicators are better for students, and our students really deserve that. So thank you.
Through the chair, continuing with recognitions, thank you, Elizabeth and Becky. Next up, Battle Creek Elementary, Principal Lee Tao, please share a few words and introduce your school counselor.
Mr. Ginther, maybe we should move on to the next person. It looks like Mr. Tao will try to type some information for us.
Let's do that. Yep, we'll come right back to Mr. Hoffman, to Emily. And through the chair, next we're going to move on to Bruce Vento Elementary, Principal Laura Satzer. Please share a few words and introduce your school counselor.
Good evening, everybody. I'm just thrilled to be here tonight to introduce Katie Steinbach to all of you. Katie is just a huge asset to the SPPS community as well as to the Bruce Vento community. She's been at Vento for just 4 short years, and she's developed a comprehensive counseling program that is student-centered and focused on results. Katie's developed lessons where students have voice and choice in what they do. The assessments following each lesson are used to formatively drive the next lesson, or perhaps to signal that a student could use some extra support and something along the way. Along with the lessons, Katie's also learned how to use the district data repository, and this data has been used as we look at Vento from a balcony lens, resulting in a comprehensive school-wide plan that assists us in supporting Vento's vision of success. With that being said, I'd like to introduce you to the wonderful Katie Steinbach.
Thank you, Laura. And I truly could not have done it without your support. When I applied to RAMP, the reason I wanted to was because I wanted to provide the best possible counseling program for our students at Bruce Vento, and I know that the ASCA model is a comprehensive program that will provide that. It was a lot of hard work, but it allowed me to reflect on my practices, and I'm so glad I did it because I do know that our students are better off with this data-driven practice. The students are truly what drive me to do this work. So thank you, Laura, and thank you, St. Paul, for giving us the opportunity to achieve this.
Through the chair, thank you, Laura and Katie, and I believe Principal Tao is gonna go next.
All right, can you guys hear me? All right, great. Sorry, I do apologize for these technical glitches here. I'm not at school, so I'm using my own laptop. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lee Tao, and I am a proud parent and the principal of Battle Creek Elementary, where our mission is to teach students to be successful in school and in life. It is my pleasure to introduce our amazing counselor, Emily Colton. Emily is in her 5th year as a counselor in St. Paul Public Schools, all of which has been at Battle Creek Elementary. She plays an integral role in the overall well-being of our school. She is an important contributing member of our PBIS SEL committee, mental health team, and student support team. I call her our pocket knife because she is a jack of all trades. She, along with another staff, initiated BCE Fun Friday, a weekly synchronous session for staff and students to connect and play games virtually. This Fun Friday event also works to strengthen our VLS students' connection to our school. Some words staff use to describe Emily are collaborator, amazing systems thinker, dedicated, helpful, knowledgeable, unassuming, and gentle. Outside of work, Emily is a big film buff. She loves watching new movies and have a good memory for movie quotes. She also loves to travel and is excited to take some trips when it is safe to do so again. Here is our wonderful counselor, Emily Colton.
Thank you so much, Principal Tao. First of all, thank you so much for this recognition. And thank you, Principal Tao, for all of your support, which has really enabled us to have a comprehensive school counseling program at Battle Creek Elementary. And also thank you to Craig Anderson, who was the principal back when I first started thinking about this RAMP process. Thank you to Sue Arvidsson for all of her help and support, and to the other amazing counselors that are on this call or not on this call tonight, that we've been able to lean on each other and help each other through the process. RAMP has changed the way that I think about school counseling, so I can understand and implement a comprehensive program that supports our school goals, tailored to the specific community at our school, driven by data, and always keeping students at the center. Students are the reason why I wanted to challenge myself and really have Battle Creek Elementary have the best possible school counseling program that we could. I am very lucky to get to be the school counselor at such a special community as Battle Creek Elementary. Thank you so much again for taking the time to recognize us tonight.
Thank you. Through the chair, continuing with recognitions, and thank you, Lee and Emily. Next up, Eastern Heights Elementary, Principal Howard Wilson. Please share a few words.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Madam Chair, members of the board, SEEB, Representative Ali, Superintendent Gothard. It's a distinct pleasure to celebrate the work of our councillors in St. Paul, and in particular, the work of Julia Mullen, our councillor extraordinaire at Eastern Heights. Julia leads in so many ways and has done so ever since she came to the building over 5 years ago. She joined us as a part-time councillor, and then later we knew that we were looking at one of the best, and we were able to have her join us full-time. Julia has worked tirelessly to build partnerships, no matter where those partnerships might be. She works so closely with our staff, with our colleagues, fellow teachers, with our parents, with our outside agencies, and in particular, especially with students, individually, in small groups, and in classrooms. The students love Miss Mullen, and they line up to sign up to have their time to talk with her throughout the days. And as we've moved into a virtual format, she is reaching out to students both virtually and in person. She reflects the spirit of RAMP in so many ways, and I have enjoyed the conversations with Julia as we examine the data and talk about how we can build on the results to improve and make our school even greater than it is. Unfortunately, I can't introduce her to you tonight so that she might speak to you. She is with her husband dealing with a family crisis at this moment, and my heart is deeply with them at this time. And I know that she would love to be here to accept this recognition. But in spirit, I know that she is with us, and I celebrate Julia and represent her for you. Thank you.
The chair, continuing with recognitions, and thank you, Howard. I know Julia certainly wanted to attend tonight, but we're incredibly grateful for her work, and I know she's incredibly grateful for the recognition. The last school to be recognized for RAMP is Randolph Heights Elementary. Principal Tim Williams, please share a few words and introduce your school counselor.
Thank you, Darren. Madam Chair, Superintendent Gothard, members of the board, and SEED member Ali. I am very proud to be here tonight representing Randolph Heights and to have the ability to introduce Mrs. Lauren Smith. I have been fortunate to be at two different schools that were recognized as RAMP schools. And I can tell you the amount of work that the counselors put into not only the process, but the actual application is truly remarkable. And Lauren has done an awesome job with that. She is somebody who I think, echoing what others have said tonight, would tell you that she has learned a lot by going through the RAMP process. And I would tell you that she would be humble in that, in saying that I think the RAMP process actually recognizes the work that she has already been doing. She is somebody who uses data and her imagination to work with kids through all types of different situations, and is able to reach kids and meet them where they're at. She has done an incredible job, not only here at school, but also working with students and families at home. I can tell you that, the last year has been very difficult for our families. And Lauren is somebody who has stepped up and really made sure that families had what they needed. So she is also a huge reason we have our PBIS distinction, as well as this RAMP distinction. So I am proud to introduce Miss Lauren Smith.
Thank you. I do echo what the previous counselors have said about all of the support that we have received throughout this process has been so important in allowing us to be able to go through the application successfully like we have. So thank you to everyone who has been supporting us. And today I was doing a lot of reflecting on this whole process. It was a long time ago, it seems, that we started, and so much has happened since then. To think of how at our school, how our comprehensive program has really been affected by going through the RAMP process. And the thing that I kept coming back to is just that I feel like I can be so much more intentional with how I'm meeting the needs of students at our school. And that I really do believe comes from the process of going through all of the data, and especially all of the reflections that we did in the application. So I am just really proud of how this recognition can impact students at our school. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, continuing with recognitions, thank you, Tim and Lauren. And thank you again to our counselors who are so driven to create counseling programs that are centered around student success and student well-being. And the last thing I would share, as a former counselor, over a decade ago, I am humbled to see how great our counselors are. Seeing the level of work that they perform on a day-to-day basis for our kids and families, it's absolutely amazing. And at this time, I'd like to send the recognitions back to Superintendent Gothard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ginther. That great recognition of how well this team works together. I think it's something that is always impressed upon me is that our counselors really do act as a team. They're there for each other, and I know especially this last year, we've seen that as they've had to mobilize in any way possible to face extreme challenges to support our schools, our students, and families. So great job to all of our counselors, and for you taking the extra time to fill out the paperwork and demonstrate your ability to be RAMP eligible and to receive this designation. Congratulations to all of you. Next, always a highlight of our meetings is honoring SPPS students. Tonight, I'd like to invite Humboldt High School Principal Abdirazak Abdi and Central High School Principal Christine Vang to share about tonight's honorees.
Good evening, Board Chair Foster, members of the board, SIB Member Ali, Superintendent Gothard, district leaders, and community members in attendance. It's with great honor tonight to be with you, recognizing some of our students at SPPS. Layla is a senior at Humboldt High School, and Riley Edens is a senior at Central Senior High. Both are finalists for the 2021 Minnesota State High School League AAA Award. The AAA Award recognizes and rewards high school seniors from across the state for their achievement in the classroom, the arts, and athletics. To qualify for the award, students must have a B or a better grade point average to participate in a legally sponsored athletic and fine art activities. Lele from Humboldt played tennis, cross country, badminton. She has a 4.6 weighted average and would have her associate degree prior to graduating this June. She was also selected for all district honors choir and is a member of the Tri-M Honor Society. She's also a lieutenant colonel in JROTC and is a special project officer responsible for organizing the military ball. We are proud of you, Lele, and I'm so honored to be here presenting you to our board members and district leaders because you make all of us at SPPS proud. And I think she's in the line with us tonight, Superintendent Gothard.
Great. Lele, if you're with us, we'd love to you to share a few words if you'd like.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
All right.
you can.
Thank you very much for this invitation. I'm honored to get invited to here, and huge shout out, or huge condolences to Marnie Zhang, and huge thank you to everyone who's on the call tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I would like to give the mic to my colleague, Principal Vang at Central.
Hi and good evening. Madam Chair, Foster, Honorable Board members, SEEB Member Ali, and Superintendent Dr. Gothard. As principal of Central High School, it is my pleasure to be able to introduce to you as our AAA recipient, Riley Edens. In this very unusual circumstance of where we have not had an opportunity to be in community, Riley is still able to excel at the highest level. Riley Edens has been involved in IB, AP, and Quest classes at Central and has a 4.49 weighted, 3.82 unweighted GPA. He participates in the school orchestra, choir, band, and chamber ensemble, as well as school musicals. Riley also plays on the tennis team. The league will be recognizing all AAA finalists at a virtual event where the winners of the state award will be announced. Award finalists, winners will be recognized virtually during the televised Boys and Girls Basketball Championship games on April 9th and 10th on KSTC 45. We are really proud of Riley, and I just wanted to again thank you for this opportunity to be able to participate in this recognition of his success, of his successes and accomplishments. And again, congratulations to Riley. I would like to maybe have Riley put on his camera so that we can see him.
Hi, sorry, I am new to this Teams Microsoft format, so I don't have the app right now, so I can't actually put on my camera. But I would love to say thank you to SPPS and Central and all of my teachers that I've had, and just everyone on this meeting for recognizing this. And it's really important to me, and I really appreciate it. So I just want to say a big thank you to everyone involved.
Great. Riley and Lele, great job. Principal Vang and Abdi, thank you so much for presenting them, and good luck in the continued competition as well. We'll be your biggest cheerleaders as you await that final determination. Next up tonight, we'd like to acknowledge the good work provided by district partners. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, our Twin Cities community partners have remained actively involved in supporting families in need. They've also continued to contribute to our response right here in St. Paul Public Schools. Tonight, I would like to give a very special thank you to John Wilgers, President and CEO of the Greater Twin Cities United Way, for facilitating a generous donation of 235,500 face masks from America's Mask Challenge led by United Way Worldwide. The America's Mask Challenge is a partnership with national companies and organizations to help get 200 million cloth masks to students, teachers, and school staff at schools across the country. Our masks were delivered on 12 full pallets, and I've seen pictures. And our SPPS Facilities Department has already started delivering the masks to our site. Thank you, President Wilgers, for the continued support and partnership SPPS receives from the Greater Twin Cities United Way. And I'd like to invite you to share a few words with us, if you would.
Thank you, Dr. Gothard, and thank you, Chair Foster, and the entire board for inviting me to join you tonight. It's a pleasure to do that. It was a pleasure to provide these masks. As Dr. Gothard said, it's part of this America's Mask Challenge that United Way Worldwide and the Business Roundtable and the CDC Foundation did in partnership. All the masks were donated by Hanes, and so it was a very, very generous gift on their part as well. We really do appreciate the partnership that we have with the St. Paul Public Schools. Not just in providing these masks, but in everything we do together. You know, things like career academies, where we are working to develop career pathways, again, in partnership with the high schools and the community and our donors, building out pathways in these high schools. And in the backpacks we're able to provide as part of our Action Day backpack packing event. So we appreciate the partnership. Thank you for inviting me to be here tonight. And I'll turn it back to you, Dr. Gothard.
Thank you very much, John. Again, appreciate your support, and to all of our the folks that we recognize tonight, our students, our staff, our community. It just goes to show you how important these contributions do not happen in isolation. They happen as a community, and we should all be very proud of our work. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Chair Foster.
Thank you, Superintendent Gothard. At this time, I'd also like to add one other recognition to our meeting. Superintendent Dr. Joe Gothard has been named Regional Administrator of Excellence by the Minnesota, let me make sure I get this right, Minnesota Association of School Administrators, MASA. The recognition took place during the MASA Spring Conference held virtually March 11th through the 12th. This award honors an administrator annually from each of the 9 MASA regions. Is it MASA or MESA? MASA, just MASA. Dr. Gothard is just the second SPPS superintendent to receive this honor in the 36-year history of the Administrator of Excellence. The second from SPPS in our 36 years. SPPS Superintendent Kerman Gaines received the recognition in 1996. So here we go in 2021. In addition, Dr. Gothard has been named to a 2-year term on the executive committee of the Council of Great City Schools. The council is made up of leaders from the 76 largest urban public school districts in the United States. That appointment will begin on July 1st of this year. I have had the privilege of serving with Dr. Gothard on the council's board of directors representing SPPS. So on behalf of the entire Board of Education, Dr. Gothard, I want to congratulate you for these recognitions and to thank you for your tireless efforts on behalf of our students, our staff, and our community. Thank you very much. Well, we have had a ton to celebrate tonight, so I'm going to open this up for comments from our board members. And Director Allen, this is my cue. I'm cueing you up. That we will begin with you, Director Allen.
Well, congratulations to everybody, all of the counselors and the students and those 4-point-something GPAs. Wow, that's amazing. So congratulations, and congratulations to you, Superintendent. You know, I always say we have the greatest folks in the St. Paul Public Schools, so this just goes to show what we got cracking. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Director Kopp.
Oh, I totally love recognition night. It's the best. This is the best part of any meeting. I want to say big thanks to our counselors and their principal leaders who are working collaboratively on behalf of our students. I love hearing how the love for students is what drives these partnerships, and long may it continue. Congratulations to Lele and Riley on your many accomplishments, and all the best as you move through this award process. We're rooting you on, and thank you to the United Way. These kinds of partnerships are valuable to our district, and it demonstrates that we don't really truly do anything alone here, that we're in it together, and those kinds of supports are invaluable. And congratulations to you, Superintendent Gothard. I'm looking at you on my screen, and you're like in my peripheral vision over there. You're a leader among leaders, and just grateful for what you bring to our district through your leadership, how you support others who are in leadership roles and encourage others to be their best. We're really lucky to have you here in St. Paul, and it's a well-deserved honor. Congratulations.
Director Ellis.
Congratulations. I was really excited to hear from our counselors, because I kind of wondered what their experience has been this past year. And so to hear that, like, through the figuring out of how to support students in virtual learning, distance learning, they were also going through an application process to figure out and go through data to figure out more ways to support them, and/or different ways using data that we have. And that was really good to hear. And then I thought, on top of everything else, they were also doing this too, but that's what St. Paul people do. They always find ways to rise. And that was really great. I just want to say that, like, we were clapping for everybody, but we did not clap for our counselors. So shame on all of you. And applause and bows to that, because that's really, really hard and complicated work. Congratulations to Lele and Riley. I didn't even know those GPAs existed, Director Allen. So I was like trying to do mental math going, I don't know how to do that, but that is so awesome. And then I appreciate Mr. Wilkers talking about the other ways in which we partner, not just with MASC, that Career Academy and career pathways in high schools and backpacks. And that's not that this is just a partnership for just America's MASC Challenge, that this is a partnership that has been ongoing and will continue to be ongoing. And I think that's really important. Superintendent Gothard, I think that in every space that I've seen you and been in with you, I have not been in a space where people do not look to you and ask you questions. And you have said to me on many occasions, and I have witnessed, that you are mentoring and supporting lots of leaders across this state, but also in other states as well. And so I'm not surprised by this honor and this recognition. I think that you work hard and you deserve that and more. I have appreciated your leadership and your friendship, and I have also really appreciate the back and forth about how we make St. Paul schools better for students. And I appreciate that that is also not just in agreement of everything, that's challenging each other to how do we do that in a way that's going to be helpful, not just in short term, but building the future of this district. And your vision is one of the things that I greatly admire and appreciate for students in St. Paul. So congratulations and thank you.
Director Broderick.
I wanted to take my mask off so I could be heard a little bit better. Thank you. I think the thought that came to my mind was we're in a people business. Education is probably truly the most pure people business of any. anything, any endeavor. And so therefore, to look at the people tonight that were honored, our students, our staff, our superintendent, and our community partners, people. That's the business we're in, and we've got good people. Thank you.
Director Vu.
Again, I just want to thank our counselors, Becky Lucci, Amy Colton, Katie Steinbach, Julia Mullen, and Lauren Smith. Thank you for all the ways in which you support our students. I think there's more to what a student gets out of school than what they can get from academics. And I'm glad to see that you are supporting our students in all the ways you can. Lele and Riley Edens, congratulations. Special moment in your lives right now. If you can think about it, just take the time to enjoy the ride at this point. John Wilgers, again, appreciate your support, donating over 235,000 face coverings, I think. I don't think we can ever get enough of that. We need that in our everyday operations to keep our schools running. And Superintendent Joe Gothard, in my short time in the district, I think that you have done a great job in pulling us together when the times are tough. And what I could say is that you have remained steadfast in your work and putting our students first.
Thank you. C. Member Ali. C. Member Ali, any comments?
Yes, sorry about that. Was disconnected for a bit. Chair Foster, Superintendent Gothard, as SEEB has always been an advocate of having more counselors and, you know, those things and so in schools, and having seeing this kind of achievement is really heartwarming and really nice to see. And I want to say congratulations to all of them. And, you know, I trust my counselors more than I trust my parents with my education. So I would like to say thank you to all of them, and, you know, keep up the good work. And also with Layla and Riley, I had class with Riley freshman year, and, you know, he's an amazing kid, and his athleticism, he is bound to be great one day. And I just want to tell him, you know, congratulations to, you know, his achievement. And yeah, hopefully we get to see him one day play in Wimbledon or somewhere in Europe. So, and Superintendent Gothard, from the day I met you in an elevator coming down from the COB, it's, you know, I've always looked up to you as a leader, you know, as a person. And, you know, I just want to say, you know, congratulations, and, you know, keep up the good work, you know, especially the past year, you know, just, you know, taking all the heat and also just keeping up and, you know, smiling always. And, you know, just, you know, it reminds me of, it motivates me to, you know, look up and also, you know, tell myself that, you know, I could also do this kind of thing, you know, as having a mentor that could, you know, lead me up. And, you know, I just want to say thank you and, you know, congrats on that. And, you know, having a partnership with, you know, with community, like United Ways is really nice, you know, supporting Academy of Finance as well as an Academy of Finance member. You know, it's really nice to see this kind of things. And, you know, partnership with St. Paul is, you know, it's like a family. So, you know, we will welcome any partnership that is positive. And yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, and I don't think we can't say these names often enough tonight to give acknowledgement for our counselors, Becky Lucci, Emily Colton, Kaden Steinbach, Julia Mullen, and Lauren Smith, thank you, and to the staff that they serve with, in gratitude, we say we appreciate you. To our Humboldt students, super proud of you. You know, you are a reflection of your parents and your schools and your community, and we are really proud and excited about your future. So kudos to each of you and congratulations. Lele, I would say to you again, the opportunity to graduate with an associate's degree is something we want many of our students to do. So whether that was PSO or college in the schools, dual credits, you know, congratulations to you. I think about that, what that means to families when that happens and not having those associated costs and debt from college courses. So yay to you, yay to Riley. To our partner, John, and to the Greater United Way Twin Cities, as the chair of this board, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you, because we often get times funding is a huge issue in a district. And every now and then we get initiatives that will fund 1 or 2 years. But the Greater United Way has been a vested, committed community partner in our district. And so thank you for your ongoing commitment to our community and to the success of our student, staff, and the Greater Twin Cities community. Dr. Gothard, it has been such an honor working with you, and we've had some tough times. And there are things we have talked about in the past about you being quietly doing things behind the scenes because you don't want the glory for it. Well, somebody called you out, is what has happened. And it needed to happen. This past year has been a great year of change, great year of stress, and you have continued through it with all that has come at you from this board, from the staff and buildings, and from our community. And you've continued to lead, and lead in a way that has purpose and meaning. You have taken on the onus of responsibility when things don't go well, but you also need to take on the success of things when things are doing well. So to you, thank you. It's an honor. Congratulations. Would you like to provide any closing remarks?
This has gone on. Thank you so much, Chair Foster, members of the board. Again, it's humbling, as it shouldn't be any surprise to you, but I want to thank the team that I get to work with every day, and especially this last year. I mean, I'll never ever forget March 15th, that morning, coming together virtually. I think it might have been our first Teams meeting. We were just figuring it out, and look at a year later, we're still figuring it out sometimes. But I really want to thank them, and please know to you and to the community that nothing makes me more proud than representing St. Paul Public Schools. Any recognition that we get is so much more than the individual. It really is our district and our community. So you know, I really accept any honors that come my way, or representing the team as in terms of our district and community. So thank you very much.
Always so humble. Thank you. Next, I'd like to move to approve the order of the consent agenda with these items pulled for separate consideration. E3, phase gate approval of the Bridgeview Roof Replacement Project, Gate 3 project budget, Gate 3A, and finance plan update. E4, phase gate approval of Frost Lake Elementary addition and renovation, playground, Gate 4, check. Contract award, Gate 4A, finance plan update. And E9, pre-qualification of professional consultant, construction managers as advisors. And F1, phase gate approval of Eastham chiller replacement, Gate 4, contract award, Gate 4A, finance plan update. Do I have a second?
Second, Ellis.
Thank you. The motion was seconded by Director Ellis. Vote, please.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Potts?
Yes.
Director Ellis?
Yes.
Director Foster?
Yes.
Director Broderick?
Yes.
And Director Booth?
Yes.
And that vote was 6 yeses, 0 noes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. Next, I'd like to move to approval of the minutes of these meetings. Minutes of the regular meeting of the Board of Education on February 23rd, 2021. Minutes of the special meeting of the Board of Education on March 1st, 2021. Minutes of the special closed meeting of the Board of Education on March 15th, 2021. Minutes of the special meeting of the Board of Education on March 16th, 2021. Minutes of the special closed meeting of the Board of Education on March 22nd, 2021. I'd like to note that the special meeting of the Board of Education on March 16, 2021, the board appointed Mr. Yusuf Carrillo to the interim board seat left by the resignation of Steve Marchese. We look forward to working with Mr. Carrillo beginning April 15, 2021. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. That motion was seconded by Vice Chair Vu. Vote, please.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Cobb,
Yes.
Director Ellis,
Yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
and Director Booth.
Yes.
And that vote was 6 yeses, 0 noes.
Thank you. That motion passes unanimously with 6-0. Next on the agenda is the committee reports, and I will turn it over to Vice Chair Vu.
Appreciate that, Chair Foster. At the committee of the board meeting on March 9th, Superintendent Gothard welcomed everyone to the meeting and then provided a brief narrative and recap of the timeline for the return to in-person and on-site supports, the Safe Learning Plan, and the relation of Ramsey County case rates to the decisions and actions of SPPS. An update was provided on the plan to begin in-person learning for all 6 through 12 grade students who want to start Wednesday, April 14th. Questions and discussions from the board included information requests on outreach efforts to staff on vaccine information, possibility of sharing slide deck information for schools on the district site, the choice of virtual learning, school or in-person, movement in secondary sites, learning from secondary supports to use within full in-person, and the MDE allowed non-instructional days of April 12th and April 13th. The next presentation was part 2 of the 5-year facilities plan for fiscal years 2022 to 2026. This presentation sparked robust dialogue with board members and included further clarification on gate check process, increased transparency, knowledge and awarenesses, personal experiences within facilities master plans of the past and how to address both the large-scale projects and small-scale projects, and the SPPS builds plan for the future. Part 2 of the discussion focused on the estimated project cost each year, the capital funding structure, encourage transparency, the balance of large-scale projects and impacts to smaller-scale projects, importance for stakeholder input and priorities for the plan, information on the continued collaboration of facilities and finance, flexibility on the projects should learning models change and evolve, and alignment of SPPS builds and envision SPPS. Part 3 of the discussion focused on dialogue between board members on their levels of comfort in acting on the plan and gate checks at the regular meeting on March 23rd, 2021, as well as opportunities for further information for board members prior to the meeting. The next presentation was the quarterly financial report for the period ending December 31st, 2020. Questions centered on the different rounds of CARES funding. The board approved the recommended motion to accept the financial projection report for the period ending December 31st, 2020. The next presentation was the fiscal year 2020 to 2021 first budget revision. Further clarification was requested on future revisions after rounds 2 and 3 for the CARES funding are accepted. The board approved the recommended motion to approve fiscal year 2020-2021 first budget revision as presented. A full video of the committee of the board meeting can be found at www.spps.org/BOE. I move the board accept the report on the March 19th, 2021 committee of the board meeting and approve the recommended motions and minutes of that meeting as published. Do I have a second?
Second, Ellis.
Seconded by Director Ellis. Vote, please.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Yes.
Director Ellis,
Yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
and Director Boo.
Yes.
And that vote was 6 yeses, 0 no's.
That vote passes unanimously. Chair Foster, I will pass over to you.
Thank you. Next, we will move on to our superintendent's report. I'll turn it over to you, Superintendent Gothard, to just introduce tonight's report and the official notice of Ramsey Middle School interest in a school name change.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the board. Tonight I'm informing you that I've received official notice of interest in changing the name of Ramsey Middle School. I have asked Chief of Staff Cedric Baker to provide a brief overview of the procedures that will guide this process. Cedric?
Thanks, Dr. Gothard. Thanks, Dr. Gothard, board members, seat member Ali. I want to just provide a quick overview of what to expect within the board policy under the procedures. During this meeting, this is acting as the official notice to you as board members of Ramsey Middle School community's intent to move forward in the school name change process. Within that process, based on the overall approval and no concerns, Ramsey Middle School will start to move forward with engaging their school community, putting together an engagement and outreach process, and connecting with students, staff members, and others on what this name should be. This will go on for a few months, and I do want to take one step back. During next month, one of next month's Board of Education meetings, Ramsey Middle School will come before you with a presentation to highlight and outline their rationale of why they would like to make this change to their name, school name. Principal Vibard will be more than likely coming along with potentially some of her students and school name change committee to provide that presentation. Again, moving forward, they will enter in engagement with their school community and ultimately decide on a name. That name will be brought back to you in a few months and put on the agenda to be discussed, and how our policies and procedures state that we will go through a process over 2 board meetings, and the board will ultimately vote on the school name change process. We want to make sure that, and I've had conversations with Principal Vibard in ensuring that her school and they are following the policies and procedures, but they're excited and they want to make sure that you understand their intent to move forward. And Dr. Gothard, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Chief Baker. So again, members of the board, tonight, this is just my official notification to you and to our community that we've received this intent for a name change, and Chief Baker, as my designee, will help guide the process and work with both you and our community groups, and we'll stand for any questions at this time if you have them.
Thank you. Next, I'll open it up to members of the board for any questions or comments, beginning with Director Allen.
Well, you guys probably all know I'm excited about this. This was something that I brought up when I was working at Ramsey Middle School, and we tried to have conversations and educate our students around exactly who Alexander Ramsey was and exactly what did that mean going to Ramsey Middle School and how they felt about it. And it's been a long process. And so I was glad to hear a couple years ago when student council started to work on it with the student body and started to prepare this. So it's been a long time coming. It's gone through quite a few senior classes at Ramsey Middle School. Some of those students are probably now in high school who kind of started this going. So I'm excited to hear from the committee and from some of the students about exactly why we're going to do this, so thank you.
Director Cobb.
Thank you, Chair Foster. No questions. I'll just say I love the way we have this process set up, so it's really rooted in community, having conversations among themselves and with alumni, and really finding a name that reflects their values and their future. And I'm excited to see where it goes next. Thank you.
Director Ellis.
Thank you, Chair Foster. I was just looking through the revised process, and the board revised that in July of 2018. And so nothing in the policy says anything about timeline, and I know you just said that this would take a couple months, but to Director Allen's point, it will start here, but then what happens in June when the school year is done, and then does a process start up again? I know at different times it started maybe earlier in the year, but I'm wondering what will happen because it's starting later in the year. And this is a question for us for right now, but also going forward, depending on timing of when this gets brought to us. You know, like everything's a process, but by the time it gets to us, how much longer is going to be part of the process? I know there are community meetings, but I think sort of a timeline would be really helpful, because to say it's going to take a couple months, it's probably going to take more than that. And we're transitioning possibly student and staff from this process if it's starting later in the year. So just want to throw that out there, and then just sort of throw it out there for thought, but then that's also a question.
Through the chair, good. I would, Director, I think it was Ellis, right? So Director Ellis, on this, I think that we did update the procedures of the policy in 2020. And in those procedures, actually, it gives a timeline, and I apologize if I misspoke, but I think it gives a timeline either 3 or 4 months from this time of the official notice before they could at least come back before you. So it will take more than a couple of months, just to let you know on that. As of right now, in meeting with and talking to Principal Vibard, they definitely have a dedicated team and thinking about ways to engage. They've also, Principal Vibard already started the process just to make sure that she dots all her I's and crosses all her T's around the procedures and the policy, and connecting with facilities and ensuring that she also connects with the business office. And so as of right now, I'm feeling pretty confident in them being able to meet the letter and the intent of the procedures and the policies. However, I definitely want to hear any concerns or issues. This was, we added this time in our procedures to ensure that school community was able to hear if there was any concerns, but you are correct when it comes to the timeline, at least 4 months per the procedures.
And so then, Chief Baker, this is a question too, and I think this is for the whole, it's not just for you, but also thinking about this, is it, we have folks, students who are taking summer break, and so this will be a process that starts, but then ultimately stops in June, and then would have to pick up again in September, because students wouldn't necessarily be in school, and or do we believe that this is the process that's going to go into the summer?
I'm not, through the chair, Director Ellis, I'm not completely sure on that. I know that Principal Vibard will have more information next month, but the beauty of this process is there's a lot of autonomy within the school community to the process, to set up engagement. And you are correct, it could go into the summer, stop, and then come back during the new school year. I don't know for sure what the plan is, but we will be able to give you specific information on what they would like to do to answer that question.
Okay, and then just I'll close it with this. Like, you get momentum for something, like excitement, and you build it up and you build it up, and then you start, and then you have to stop, and then you have to try to build all of that again. And so I'm thinking about what that means to like extend a process that's already taken a while to get to this point, and then having to have that be drawn out a little bit longer too. And so I want to think about, like, if not that we want to say, if this is something a school community wants, it needs to be done by this time. I don't want to do that, but I do want to be thoughtful about the time commitment it's taking to do this, and for it to be done in a school year with a group of students who were probably doing, the organizing, the leading, the community outreach. I think it's important for students who start, and I know sometimes timelines don't work out that way, but like to be able to start it and then to say I saw it to completion is going to be really important for students in the district, for our district, and for our community to say this wasn't something that took a year to do. Like, we got this done in a school year, as opposed to this took 2 years. So I want us to be thoughtful about the time and commitment from our students who want to do this, and then a timeline that makes sense where they can do outreach, and maybe the summer benefits them to get more community involved. I don't know, but I don't want them to feel like we halted this because the school year ended. Like, I'm excited for them because they're doing it, but I also don't want to feel like we're pressing pause on a process for them. So.
No, through the chair, Director Ellis, that's great insight. What I can do is also pass that information on to Principal Vibar on just comments on that. So thank you.
Director Broderick.
No questions.
Director Vu?
I didn't have any questions, but I am excited about this process, and it will probably be one of the agenda items that I look forward to in the coming months.
SEEB Member Ali.
Chair Foster, no questions, but I'm excited to see this finally coming forward, and can't wait to see where it goes. Thank you.
And I have nothing to add to that as well. Just looking to see what how this process goes as we continue to learn from each occasion and what that does for us in community. Superintendent, would you like to provide any closing remarks?
Madam Chair, members of the board, just want to thank Principal Vibar and the committee at Ramsey for working so closely and coordinating with our staff and the district. This is very much going to be a coordinated effort, and we will guide the process, but also allow the process to take shape. So I think it's going to lead to an outcome that you will have before you, or a potential for an outcome before you in the near future. Thank you.
With that, then I would move to approve the process moving forward of the school name change of Ramsey Middle School as is provided by district policy and procedure. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. That motion was seconded by Director Allen. Vote, please.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Yes.
Director Ellis?
Yes.
Director Foster?
Yes.
Director Broderick?
Yes.
And Director Vu?
Yes.
And that vote was 6 yeses, 0 noes.
Thank you. That vote was unanimous, 6 no. Dr. Gothard, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight, we'll be hearing from the facilities and finance teams as they bring the latest 5-year facilities maintenance and capital implementation plan to the board for approval. This important plan outlines projects, big and small, to ensure our schools and other buildings are maintained and support our 21st century teaching and learning. As part of this, I'm excited to introduce a new web-based dashboard for the 5-year plan that provides a more transparent lens into this important work. The public can now more easily see which projects are currently taking place and are scheduled to take place in the next 5 years across the district, along with the related budget details. The dashboard includes an interactive map that shows exactly how we prioritize projects for improvements based on criteria grounded in industry standards and district values developed through an intensive engagement process with more than 1,000 stakeholders. We've also given the 5-year plan and dashboard a new name, SPPS Builds. This new name signals that our 5-year plan is aligned to the district's overarching strategic plan, SPPS Achieves, and that we are evolving the systems and structures to be more effective. It introduces a new era where our families, staff, and public can see exactly how we are making investments in our school buildings, which ultimately belong to the residents of St. Paul. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Turner and Chief Schruel. I believe Chief Turner is going to go first.
Thank you, Superintendent. Ask Sarah to bring up the presentation. And as Sarah brings up the presentation, Chair Foster, members of the board, superintendent, and SEEB member Ali, I'd like to just remind you that this will be the culminating presentation of a collaborative effort that both the facilities department as well as finance department we have been working on for the last several months. And tonight will be our part 3, where we bring to you a high-level summary of the SPPS builds, the purpose. Next slide, please. So the purpose of tonight's presentation is really where we will be asking the board to adopt our criteria, the priority, and the funding strategy for the next 5 years of what we are calling SPPS builds. Next. Within the presentation tonight, you will hear from both the members of the facilities team as well as finance team. We'll begin with a summary of the SPPS builds, actually going over an illustration of what actual is included in the project. And as Dr. Gothard shared earlier, we are excited to announce the introduction of the dashboard, which was a recommendation out of the review committee. Later on in the presentation, you will hear from members of our finance team discussing their financial strategy. And then we will end the presentation with actually a resolution that we will be asking the board to adopt, which is SPPS builds, and it's our 5-year maintenance and capital project plan implementation. Within that is included with our Gate Point Check 1 and 1A. We will remind board members of what those different Gate Point checks are again. And you also will be asking you to take action on Gate Point Check 2 and 2A for both Ramsey and GMead. That is what's included in the board's presentation tonight. We do have pauses and opportunities within each presentation. So after the first 2 portions, there will be time to ask questions and receive comments and feedback from the board. And then within the financing section, there will also be opportunities for comments and questions for the board. And with that, I'd like to, next slide, please, sir. Also remind the board that there will be future meetings regarding this topic, not necessarily adoption of SPPS builds, but we will be coming forth later this spring, early summer, both as I look to approve and how we set sail for the resolutions of our bonds, as well as coming to the board for acceptance and approval of our long-term facilities maintenance application that the board receives each and every year. And with that, I'd like to introduce Kathy Wallace, who is our facilities planning manager, to begin with the high-level summary and some information on individual projects. Kathy?
Good evening, Chair Foster, members of the board, Superintendent, SEEB Chair Ali. It's a pleasure to be here and continue our presentation of SPPS builds. As Dr. Gothard stated, SPPS builds is the overarching new name the district has given to the capital project implementation program that includes the 5-year plan. A major way that SPPS builds is aligned with the district's strategic plan is a focus on system improvements and effective resource allocations. And I hope to point that out tonight. This diagram illustrates the inputs into our planning and prioritization that lead to the 5-year plan, including that the strategic plan, the background that the facility master plan included, as well as the assessments that the planning team does looking at the buildings and the educational spaces within them. When the plan gets these priorities lead to the 5-year plan, and then when that plan gets approved by the board, there are additional events such as bond sales and projects that will come in front of the board at gate checkpoints or set sales. And the board's approval is both of the prioritization and the philosophy behind it, as well as these actions. Next slide. To summarize the 5-year plan that averages about $105 million a year, it includes 6 major renovation projects. These are the big projects that address many of the top facility priorities, including quality learning space, entries, and building condition. They do also include infrastructure and asset preservation, and there's huge efficiency in doing those 2 elements together. There are 5 major infrastructure projects specific to deferred maintenance, in this case primarily mechanical systems. And then we'll be starting with the latter 2 on this page, targeted capital improvements, for example, instructional AV, furniture, playgrounds, security cameras, as well as asset and infrastructure smaller projects, functional improvements that take care of deferred maintenance. So some examples on the next slide. Outside of the larger projects, there are hundreds of smaller projects that we've incorporated. Many of you have seen them listed in the 5-year plan book. You'll see them again in greater detail when they reach Gate Check 3 as they move through design. These projects range from flooring to roofs, redoing playgrounds to adding fire sprinklers, and some affect learning directly, for example, instructional AV updates at all the high schools and middle schools. Most of them are simply about taking care of the buildings and sites that our learners, educators, and communities use. Now we get examples. Next. Site projects, and these are highly functional, for example, a video intercom at a main entrance or tennis court resurfacing. Next. The smaller interior and exterior projects have multiple benefits. For instance, new windows, in addition to looking much more attractive, can help to keep water out of the building and improve energy efficiency, while replacing old carpet with polished concrete yields a good-looking floor that is much easier to clean. It lasts a lot longer. Next. And a big chunk of the smaller projects are related to systems that support learning by keeping students, teachers, and staff warm and safe. For instance, there's a really attractive new boiler at 271 Belvedere. And these infrastructure improvements are at the core of some of the major projects as well. Next. To go through those major projects, let me just start. These are staggered, the starts for these are staggered so that we can do the small project work and also roll out big projects over time. At Jiabing, we have the second phase to modifications for this Mandarin immersion school that draws strong enrollment. It incorporates a few classrooms as well as system improvements, but the core component is adding a functional kitchen and repairing the cafeteria partly by bringing it up to the same level as the main entrance rather than 7 steps down. At Ramsey, we have a remodeling project that includes significant renewal of systems and infrastructure for that nearly 100-year-old building. And at Highland Complex, a project that focuses on the needs at the shared kitchen and cafeteria, as well as circulation for students, and also moving the middle school office adjacent to the main entrance on the parking side of the building. Now, the next 3 projects are timed to start 2 years from now, when we anticipate that the Envision SPPS process will be far enough along that we can make wise capital improvements to support those recommendations. We're planning funding starting in 2023, and we plan to revisit these projects again in next year's update of the 5-year plan. The middle line is a $30 million placeholder for strategic improvements at 1 or more sites to support Envision's recommendations. It could be for repurposing or remodeling, and a site might be Bruce Vento Elementary, whose renovation or replacement is also on hold, pending strategic direction regarding its program. Cherokee Heights Elementary is another location with high infrastructure needs that would benefit as well, from interior reconfiguration to align the building with the evolving learning program. We anticipate that Envision SPPS will help affirm that learning program. Obama Elementary, as you know, has extra capacity, and it was identified as a central location for an early childhood hub for that reason. The project to carry out that hub is on a strategic hold to ensure that it is aligned with other possibilities that may come up for early childhood through the Envision process. And last but not least is we have Farnsworth Aerospace Lower School remodeling, where again, for efficiency, a major investment lets us combine substantial infrastructure work with improvements to learning space, the main entrance, and core space. And now I'm going to turn it over to Chief Turner to talk about opportunities for strategic community engagement around Envision and the 5-year plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. I just wanted to be able to add to the presentation and comments that Kathy made earlier, as when we were having individual meetings with board members and responding to some of the questions, I know that there were some questions that were brought up, is that how will we align the engagement, the efforts of Envision SPPS with SPPS Builds. And the ultimate question is, how will we know that the money and resources that we're putting into certain buildings, that they will exist, and what will let us know what they will be and how they will function within Envision SPPS. And so I wanted to remind the board members as well as community that the Envision SPPS timeline was adjusted, that we provided a revised timeline in January that puts the full implementation of Envision SPPS in the 23-24 school year. And as you can see here on the previous slide, see if you can go back to that, the placeholder begins and aligns with that timeline. That efforts that will be coming forth in the part of Envision SPPS, you may recall, directors, that there are 11 work groups within Envision SPPS, and of each one of those work groups are both internal and external members of the community as well as the district, who will be bringing forth findings of key questions that they have. And I might remind those range all the way from facility utilization, well-rounded school programs. We're looking at the extension or the pathway around Montessori. We're looking at the Hmong dual language program. We are looking at gifted and talented pathways, just to name a few. Again, there are 11 different work groups that are all coming together. The plan is to present an updated kind of timeline as well as some initial findings to the board later this spring. Continue to provide work around what the work groups have come up with, and discussions and input and engagement with those particular work groups, and present some of the initial recommendations to the board for action in November of 21. And that will that action will begin to take effect fall of 22. Based on some of those initial findings, there very well may be some things that we will begin to implement yet this fall, but I do not want the community nor the board to assume that there will be any large-scale changes for this yet this fall. The most of it will begin fall of 22. Again, there may be some things that we can do that make sense and that aligns with both SPPS Builds, SPPS Achieves, as well as Envision SPPS. The main thing I want people to hear and know is that we are being intentional, strategic, and we are aligning. And the subcategory of Envision SPPS was to align district resources, programs, and schools. And so, again, that combines and aligns SPPS Achieves, Envision SPPS, and SPPS Builds. I will be happy to take any additional questions, and when we pause in questions for this time after this segment. Kathy, I will bring it back to you to finish out your portion. I think you're on mute, Kathy.
Good Could we have the next slide, please? Maybe we can. I can start talking about it. This next image shows the next group of major projects that are focused on infrastructure improvements. Totaling about $40 million over 6 years, we have 4 renewals of heating and ventilating systems at Johnson, Farnsworth Upper, Wellstone, and the Heights. We have at Bridgeview the largest project in our roofing program, and we have a group of improvements to auditorium fixtures, so really renewal of those fixtures at the secondary schools. And that's a summary of the 5-year plan contents. Now what I'd like to do is move on with the next slide to answer the question of what's in a major renovation or addition project, and addition project typically. And Ramsey is our mode for illustrating this. Each project has its own specifics, but in this example, I think you'll see the extent of improvements that are planned for. And much of this detail came up through the chartering process that precedes Gate Check 2. And I think you may remember that tonight you will be seeing Ramsey Middle School and the Jiaming project as at Gate Check 2, following their charter process. So what does the scope at Ramsey include? It includes a small addition and remodeling for an accessible, identifiable main entrance configured for safety and security. It includes remodeling to align the school building to the middle school model, to provide 21st century learning space. It includes significant site work to mitigate water intrusion and to repair the stairs, retaining walls and sidewalks on site. As I mentioned, the office will be relocated. Actually, I didn't mention it, but the office would be relocated to near the main entrance and take advantage of locker room space that isn't used by the middle school. We have a small addition and remodeling at the kitchen to make it a much more workable site aligned with the current nutrition services approach. Inclusive restrooms throughout the building, new lockers and casework, furniture, instructional audiovisual, and renewed finishes, including the gym floor. It also includes quite a bit of renewal and replacement, from holistic HVAC equipment renewal to plumbing and piping replacement, a sump pump and drain tile to take care of groundwater, electrical service replacement, new lights, sensors and receptacles, fire suppression and fire alarm building-wide. And finally, to cap it all off, roofing and new roof drains to meet current code. Next. This diagram really is to give a quick sense of where all those improvements are planned. Starting at the top, the accessible new entrance off of Ramsey, potentially a new visitor parking lot, though that will depend somewhat on what is acceptable within this historic overlay district. The 3-story wing on the east will be remodeled. That's where the bulk of the learning space is, and other reconfigurations. Continuing around, improvements to the kitchen, a small addition at the back, and site work with grading and drainage fencing, as I mentioned. Also, this whole outline black area should be colored for the systems improvements throughout. Next. To give a sense of how these break down in terms of the construction cost, this big wheel represents all the tangible improvements as a proportion of the construction cost. The largest items include site work, structure envelope and foundations largely for the additions, as well as some repair. The big yellow quadrant, almost quadrant, is the reconfiguration of interior construction to reconfigure for a variety of learning spaces, as well as finishes. Equipment, the dark blue, includes audiovisual and kitchen equipment. And then you see that plumbing, HVAC, and electrical make up 43% of the total cost. And that's what happens when we are replacing all the air handlers, the ducts, lights, all the piping. This is the type of renewal and the extent of renewal that makes it really possible for us to make energy efficiency improvements in a building. And then in the smaller wheel on the left, you can see that over 50% of the scope and thus cost at this site is categorized as deferred maintenance. Next. To give you a taste of what comes next after we do the 5-year plan, and when the projects move into design, let me introduce my colleague, Monica Watkins, the Manager of Capital Project Development.
Thank you, Kathy. Chair Foster, members of the board, Superintendent Gaffer, and SEED member Ali. I have a pleasure to talk a little bit more about the community engagement. So in previous presentation, the planning team described the process of gathering the data that informs about each site's physical condition, and it also daylights the deficiencies. Layer on that, application of guiding documents, vision, principles, and standards identifies general needs of the site. But it's only at the next level of site engagement that we are sure that the design solutions are really tailored to specific school program and community. The engagement involves school community, students, teachers, staff, and parents, but also sometimes some focus engagement is also involves the neighborhood. It's usually in relation to potential impact of design solution. For example, change of busing routes or bus drop-off. This is usually accomplished in conjunction with city planning approval process and through work with district council. The community engagement focuses on identifying requirements and needs very particular to site culture, program, students, and parents community. These factors will guide project goals prioritization and specific design solution that will be tailored to address the site needs. And with that, I will turn it to Angela Selbsak, who is a senior project manager for CPD, who will talk about particular examples of community engagement means and results, as well as impact on design based on American Indian project currently underway.
Thank you, Monica. Good evening, Superintendent, Chair Foster, members of the board, and SEED Chair Ali. I just wanted to take a few minutes and kind of dive into what that process looks like when we're being more project specific, and we're starting that initiation with our school community. And I want to recall back to the facility master plan and specifically phase 3 that concentrated on the development along with partnership of our community at the table to develop those site-based priorities for each school. So as I'm going through this, you'll find a common theme of those priorities throughout this engagement process. And for American Indian Magnet in particular, that design process started with identifying those priorities. There were 9 of them for this school in particular. And we look at those priorities as project constraints, really. We want to revisit those with everybody from our staff, students, parents, community members to confirm with them the relevance and define what those priorities are more in our current day environment. So as we move through that engagement process and we identify what those priorities or constraints are, we could begin to define what those impacts are and what they have in the current teaching environment, the current learning environment, and how our community uses those spaces today. So in the slide you're looking at now, you're going to see a few examples, a few pictures that we took along the way during these engagement opportunities. And I just want to go through a few with you so you can kind of see how they vary depending on the groups we're using, and just examples of workshops or exercises we use to gain more information from these groups. A lot of the times we start this engagement process with an exercise we call highest hopes. We use the priority list that we've identified in the phase 3, and we use that to start conversations with members of the engagement groups to just understand what their highest hopes are, what they wish for their community, and what they want to start to see emerge from what this design could be, and essentially just get their hopes on paper so that we have that as a baseline and can connect back to that as we're going through the design process. Another example is what we like to call a day in the life. We like to do this with staff and students. We want to ask them to envision what a new space looks like. What does their day in a life look like in that space? How do they move through it? What does it feel like? How does it make them comfortable? Even what might make them uncomfortable, so we can understand what those parameters are as they envision what their ideal space looks like and their ideal learning environment. And then we use those as guides for our solutions to what those problems are to help resolve those constraints or to help relate those back to the priorities. Some of the pictures you see in this slide we reference as a block party, and each color of block represents a specific function or space within the school, and we don't put a lot of definition around limitations. We really ask these groups to think in 3D. What would your school look like? How would spaces connect? What should be related to each other? What should be, what sort of environments can have distance between them? And is it a single story? Is it a one story? Where are your resources? Where are your entry? And that dialogue just starts multiple conversations about, again, what will this building look like and how does it work better for you as end users of all of these different types of spaces in your school. And the bottom picture is one of my favorites. We had several student engagement opportunities for the American Indian Magnet community. And this was a how should your school feel exercise for the students. We wanted them to envision what their ideal learning space was. We wanted to know what they've seen outside of American Indian Magnet that makes them comfortable, what comes from their home that makes them comfortable, that we can start integrating and pulling into what their learning environment looks like in their school. Throughout this engagement process, we start to identify common themes across these workshops between our user groups, and we begin to propose design solutions that will relate back to the priorities that we started with that are a baseline. And this whole time we're balancing what the project specific parameters look like, how that aligns to our project budget. A lot of times we have to partner that with specific program needs or define spaces that are required just to support that program. And another part in this engagement process that I think is important to note is that the whole time this engagement's going on, there's an entire team of people, both district staff, our construction managers, our design team, that are evolving that design response. So we're constantly thinking, we're constantly evolving what that solution is going to look like, and we continue to learn new information during this community engagement process. And this helps inform us and guide us and evolve what our response might look like. So this is why quite frequently we may start a process with a conceptual design. And by the time we move through an engagement process like this, which is months, sometimes up to 9 to 12 months of work that we're doing with our community, with the input we've gathered from them, the actual output of a final design that has evolved to a more beneficial response to those priorities might look quite different than the initial conceptual design. And with that, I think I'll hand it back to Kathy. Thank you.
Thanks. Now we're going to move on to the dashboard, and we want to introduce it with a brief tour. It's a set of web pages that provide information on the SPPS Builds program, financial information, the framework of the priorities, and status of the major projects. The dashboard will be a significant contributor to providing transparency into SPPS Builds, as well as being a great source of information. This image is of the landing page, where you can find financial information such as where the current set of projects are relative to their budgets and to the total forecasted costs for each of those projects. And you can see that this shows that the costs to date for the current projects are well within both the forecasted costs and the budget. Next. Lower down on that same page are details of the financial picture and status by project. I'll let you explore that if you want to. Next. from that landing page, if you click a link to interactive map, you'll get to this key that explains the components of the map. The petals on the left that represent the criteria for prioritization, the green circle, that's an impact score, and on the right, the facility condition bar that is looking at that is comparing the amount of deferred maintenance at any given building with its total replacement value. Next. And here's the map. In this case, it's showing the pop-up window that you would see if you clicked on the marker for Ramsey Middle School. And that marker is the big blue one that indicates that you clicked on it. And in the blue pop-up window, you see a big green circle that represents the basically how large the number of issues are. And that is completely full at Ramsey because Ramsey is the biggest, has the biggest need of all the sites. Also, in the middle, the flower composed of petals. Here, the small petals represent low scores or needs the most, does the least well against standards for learning space, main entry, and building condition. And then on the right, deferred maintenance amount and relative percentage of the cost of replacement. And notice the hammers on the map, those indicate sites under construction here, Frost Lake and AIM. Next. This clip from the same page is the school comparison view. It allows you to see how different schools rate from on the different criteria. And this may be a good time to note that the petals are clockwise, starting from straight up, growth and alignment, quality learning space, identifiable main entries, building condition, core space, and overall alignment. Next. Further down on that page, the criteria are listed along with the assessment variables that make up their scores. And as we introduced to you in February, scoring is a result of a set of quantitative and qualitative assessments that we update regularly. All right, next. Finally, there's a, we can go to the next slide. Finally, there's a major projects information page that shows the status of each of the ones, the projects either completed or underway. Under construction in orange, complete in green, and in the planning or 5-year plan stage in magenta. And if you click on one of these links, one of these images, it links you to more detailed information similar to what you see in the monthly updates. The same web page also includes useful descriptions of the phases of project development for the public and for others to understand what it means for a project to be in planning or at various points in construction. We are proud of both this new tool and the efforts that our teams have put into what you find in its contents. And now I'd like to turn back to Board Chair for questions.
Thank you very much. I will open this up for questions or comments from board members, beginning with Director Allen.
Chair Foster, can I just,
go ahead.
No, I was just going to remind the board. So at this point, and we're pausing for questions related to the overall summary of SPPS builds, kind of the contextual framework of the website or individual projects. If you have finance questions, I ask that you, we have finance coming up next, and it'd be more appropriate to ask those questions after the finance presentation. But we stand ready for any questions you might have.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. Director Allen?
With that being said, thank you for that part of the presentation.
Director Kopp?
Yes, thank you for that part of the presentation. I know I had questions about the community engagement process, and you answered all of them. That part, having been a community member who was a part of watching that process unfold a few years ago, I love seeing the evolution of it and how there might be a design it begins with. I think of it like a piece of writing, like it's always easy to kind of start with something and then evolve the process throughout. A couple questions I had with the 11 work groups that are working. Is there an opportunity for people who are not a part of those work groups to see that progress, or how will that be reported back for community members who might be interested in, well, how is the early learning conversation or the Montessori conversation? How can people engage with those conversations?
Through the chair, Director Cobb. Yes, there will be an opportunity via, primarily via the website that will be interactive, that will provide an opportunity for some input. I wouldn't, as we think about our International Association of Public Participation Scale, the IAP2 spectrum, I wouldn't go as far as to say engagement. Will definitely provide an opportunity for input in consultation with community members. And that, while the website is there now, it's not as robust as we'd like to see it, and it will become more robust as we move throughout the process and begin to finalize and receive the reports from the work groups. So that will be later this spring, but there will be an opportunity for community members who are not part of the actual work groups to provide input.
I appreciate that. And sometimes people just want to know, even if they don't have particular input, they just are interested in the conversation. And as I was reviewing the dashboard, there's that little YouTube video that was shared. That was great, that kind of walked through the process, or walked through what would be available. And I just thought, as someone who was really engaged with earlier facilities and capital projects, I was looking at it as a community member. Like, what would I want to know? And everything I would have wanted to know was there. I understood why this building and not that building. I understood how it aligned with district goals. I understood even the geography of where it was happening within our city. And for anyone who's interested, the info will be there to find. And I think that that's a huge step forward. You're not going to have to hunt around for it. It was very user-friendly, the little icons and the definitions of everything. This is something I talk about a lot, but like sometimes the language we use to describe our processes and procedures can feel kind of like 30,000 feet. And I love how it was just very accessible and very clear how things were being evaluated. And so I appreciate the time. I know that takes a lot of work to go through and kind of deconstruct that. And it was evident that a lot of time and attention was paid to it. And I appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to obsessively clicking on the dashboard and following these projects as they unfold. And thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Director Ellis.
I'm gearing up for the next round.
Director Broderick.
I'm also going to save my comments until the entire presentation has been made and we're being asked to make a vote.
Director Vu.
I think my questions were answered by Director Kopp regarding my concerns around community engagement.
SEEB Member Ali.
Director Foster. Thank you.
Thank you. And my questions, Director Kopp, again, are around community engagement. So thank you. And thank you for the thoroughness of it so that it did not need to be asked again. Appreciate the presentation. I think about this dashboard, and we talk about transparency to the community. I continue to think about how other people receive things. So again, I expect to hear things from folks about what isn't working, but know that we have something right now that's there, and expect to get feedback from it and do things to make it better. I don't know other districts that have something up like this yet, so I'm going to be looking to see that. I appreciate the hard work and effort that's gone into this. This is just another step in bringing everyone into what's happening within the walls of our district and helping them take that high level and bring it down to manageable where people can take the time to dissect and get what they need from it. So thank you to the team. Superintendent Gothard, do you have anything to provide in closing remarks to this section?
I just want to reiterate one thing, and perhaps I missed it. Chief Turner, the website is now live for the community?
Effective tonight.
Okay, great, excellent. No, with that, let's move on to the next section. I believe Chief Schrull is here to begin the finance presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. And that will be for the 5 years beginning in fiscal year 22 through fiscal year 26. What you will see that will fluctuate the most is those middle sections where the 65 million is reflected between the long-term facility maintenance bonds and the certificates of participation. That will depend on what projects are presented within each fiscal year, whether or not we're issuing certificates or bonds, So again, before you are the 3 buckets of capital financing source restrictions. Again, to highlight, in the orange is the long-term facility maintenance bonds, or the pay-as-you-go levy. And those financing structures, again, are for deferred maintenance. What's important there to highlight is the long-term facilities maintenance application that must be done, that approval and the revision. We will be coming forward to you within the next month to get a long-term facility maintenance revision on our application in order to issue any long-term facility maintenance bonds. The certificates of participation that you see in the middle column in the green are essentially a lease on our district buildings. And those are for the larger projects, many of which that are currently underway. Those are the current outstanding projects. And one, for example, would be our American Indian AIM building. Those are approved by MDE, the commissioner, in advance, and they support our achievement and integration plan. The third source of financing that the district has is the capital bonds. That's our annual authority. We have $15 million up to issue bonds for, and those capital projects are for the betterment of school facilities. So again, those are more flexible, but again, it is for school facility projects. Next slide. So again, some of the financing requirements, just to highlight this slide, is the 5-year plan will include a master schedule and a master program budget. That is one of the external review recommendations, and it's referenced on page 50. That's required in order to do that financing. The projects that are approaching that gate check 1A, they must be in that approved 5-year plan. Projects that are approaching gate check 3A will require that final comprehensive budget in order for the finance team to secure the financing structures that you've seen on those previous slides. Any of the project funding that's before that gate check 3A must be identified in advance. So any of the design the funding, that must be secured in advance and planned for in advance between finance and the facilities team. So that project is funded up until gate check 3A, when that real larger amounts of financing will be secured. Again, financing levels are currently dependent on the annual property tax levy. And again, you'll see some of that information in the resolution this evening. And again, board and the Minnesota Department of Ed. Next graph. So a couple financing options for what we have in the upcoming fiscal year 2022. You'll see the differences here I will highlight just very briefly. The capital bonds, there are no changes in either option. We will be issuing the full 15 million, and we will be going to you for approval to set sail on those sometime in April. The certificates of participation, the main difference between option 1 and option 2 is that the option 1 includes Zhiming, option 2 does not. And it's really around the timing of when we would issue certificates of participation for Zhiming, and really capturing more financing for the LTFM bonds and getting some more additional bond funding. As you can see, option 2 gives us a little bit more leverage, up to $28 million on that bottom row for the bonds. So again, that's the main difference. We still have our LTFM pay-go levy. That does not change. That's part of our levy process, and that financing stays the same. So the real changes being strategic around the timing of when the projects start, these larger projects, and being able to capture that certificate of participation financing at the appropriate time of when the large projects start needing that cash flow. Next slide. And this is, last but not least, just a slide that highlights a lot of detail, but just to summarize this page is really the action steps that need to be taken in order to secure the financing. And to summarize, the key takeaways would be that in order to issue any certificates of participation for Zhiming, we do need the MDE commissioner approval to have that approved in the achievement and integration plan for certificates of participation. In addition, Ramsey Middle School, we do have approval up to 23.5 million. So we can issue certificates up until that dollar amount. Anything exceeding that amount, we need additional approval. So those are the two items that are action steps for our team with facilities. And then the third item that you see under LTFM bonds. In order to issue LTFM bonds, we must have the board and the MDE commissioner approve a revised long-term facility maintenance application. Normally, we come to you in July with our annual application for that type of financing, but we'll be doing a revision earlier this year, and then you'll see us again in July with another application process. So again, you'll be seeing that revision coming very shortly. So again, that concludes the financing options. What the board should watch for is in April, we'll be coming for what is called a set sail at one of our board meetings, and it may be one of our weekly ones where we'll be setting sail for some of our financing options if approved tonight. And then what we will do is go forward with the sale of our bonds and our certificates, and then in June we receive the proceeds. What we are looking for this year, because of the amount of the projects, we are looking at only financing 91.1 million. So It wasn't the full 105 million on average that was necessary to finance for what we saw in the plan for this first year of the 5-year plan. So I just wanted to clarify that we are only seeking financing for the 91.1 million that you saw in either option 1 or option 2. So that concludes the financing section.
Thank you, Marie. I will then open this up to board members for questions or comments, beginning with Director Allen.
Hey, so we had a couple community members that came forward about energy efficiency. And, you know, when I think back to different ways throughout history that schools have played as pillars to our community, whether it was fallout shelters or other aspects, I really think about what are we doing here at SPPS to continue to progress our community forward. And I know this isn't the final bid on anything, but I really hope that as we move forward, we really look at different ways to not only be energy efficient for our schools, but how ways like in the solar panel situations where we could also create energy efficiency for our communities too. We talk about how schools are the pillar of our community, and you know, technically we own more acres than anybody else in the city of St. Paul. And so we do have the capabilities of literally becoming the pillars of our community, and thinking about the direction that we're going around environmental justice. Y'all know this isn't my thing, environmental justice, but activism kind of overlaps in a lot of different ways. And when we talk about health and wellness of our children, this environmental justice is huge. And so I really just hope in the future that we're really thinking about the bids that are coming forward around that, and then taking into consideration different ways that we can support our communities by being the true pillars of our city. So thank you for your presentation though.
Director Cobb.
Thank you, Chair Foster. Thanks, Chief Schroll, for the presentation. I don't have any questions at this time and look forward to listening to my colleagues' questions. Thank you.
Director Ellis.
Chief Schroll, can you just explain one more time the difference between the long-term facilities maintenance bonds, the certificates of participation, and the capital bonds?
Sure. Members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, Director Ellis. Again, the LTFM bonds and the LTFM, what is called the pay-go levy. So the LTFM bonds, the certificates of participation, and the capital bonds all are debt that are issued and have a what I would call a long-term debt structure that is put on the long-term obligations of the district. So it's like taking out financing a mortgage that you pay over time. It's debt that you pay over time. Whereas the long-term facility maintenance pay-as-you-go levy is that you levy annually and you get that cash in hand to buy your house with cash. And so that mortgage is paid off on an annual basis because you have the cash in hand to do your projects and you assume no debt. But it imposes higher rates of annual tax on the whole property tax levy. So we balance that financing strategy by doing some long-term debt and some of our pay-as-you-go levy. And so that combination together is really how we've been able to mitigate a lot of our long-term debt and keep those levels consistently low. And anytime we have an opportunity to refinance our debt, with Baker Tilly and Mr. Kelly Smith, we have been able to save and keep those debt long-term obligations down when we come to you to refinance bonds. Over the past 5 years, we've saved the taxpayers about $12.1 million in refinancing. So that's the piece there where that pay-as-you-go levy is an important piece to also intermingle with the other 3 options, which is your issuing bonds or longer-term debt options.
Thank you for that. I know I have that in my head somewhere. It's just nice to hear it again. Thank you. And then I just wanted to ask, because you said in the presentation that we did not spend the whole 105 million, that we spent 91. Do we foresee that being how we would like to go forward, that we're spending less than what we have allocated or bonded for? Or do those dollars roll over, or are those with a timeline they have to be spent by X amount of time, and or that's going to hit us in another way financially if we don't?
So Director Ellis, we levy on an annual basis, and what we see within the project plan, the 105 million is an average over the 5-year plan. So some years it could be higher, some years it could be less. We're seeing the first year that average is less. It's the 91.1 million. Again, when we won't issue debt if we don't need it. We do have some fund balance as a district that is for our current projects. And we've also tried to also seed some fund balance for some of our other projects. So we are trying to also balance what exists out there right now with projects we have in place. The other thing that's important is making sure we're monitoring, and that communication is key, monitoring that cash flow and having those project budgets. And that's where that gate check 3A comes into play. When that 3A gate check is presented, that is when the financing begins to really take course with a completed budget. And that budget is where we then seek that whole financing structure for that whole life of the project. So it's really important to have those checks and balances. And so we will not issue the full 105 million. Do we see that changing? It'll all depend on which next phase of the projects come forward with Envision SPPS. There's been some placeholders, but again, that's out into the future. When they come forward in Gate Check 3A, we will have those ready. But again, that resolution does say that the 105 million is the average, and that's where we're setting those levels.
I understand that we're setting the level at 105, and it's good that we came under that amount. My hope would be that it's not just that we want to hit that 105 if we can. Like, I'd prefer if we were coming under that more often than we may possibly go over it one year. Because if we're getting close to 100 million, then I'm like, no, we're done. Like, we're done. We're not doing anything else. Everything stops, because will an additional 5 million get a project finished or not? I really like that it's not 105. It would be my desire as board member that the directive is that we try to keep it under 105 for as many years as possible, only because I think that in itself is being consistent. And it's also, I'm also worried about that amount of money for projects. And I understand that there is maintenance and operation of buildings that's really important. And I don't think that I've been shy in the fact that I know that there are things that we would like want to have versus what we need to get done. And I really hope that that's sort of where we're going. There are things that we need to get done, but we can't have all of the bells and whistles for every single building. Like I said, I will be the first person to say, I'm not going to apologize for the work that has been done in each of our buildings. I think it's really top notch. I am worried about the financial impact on the district over the long term. And so, again, there are things that we have to do to maintain our buildings, and I think that that is absolutely what this board should be doing. And then I also am concerned about the long-term implications of this as well, too. And so 105 is a very large number. I like it below 105. I'm just going to leave it there. I don't have any additional questions or comments, Chair.
Thank you. Director Broderick.
Thank you very much. Listening to the questions that have come to Chief Schruel, it strikes me that many of those questions could be answered by both our facilities director and our chief of finances, because as we all know, the relationship between finance and facilities when it comes to this St. Paul Bills is of utmost importance. And as a matter of fact, it was brought up very, very strongly by the external review team that reported to us in October of 2019. So I think I would address my question to Superintendent Gothard and ask him, as the CEO of the organization, and therefore with both Chief Schruel and Chief Operations Officer Jackie Turner and Director Tom Parent reporting to him, what kinds of things have you done, Superintendent Gothard, to try and make this coordination and collaboration between facilities and finance better and more responsive to the suggestions that were given to us very strongly back in October of 2019? Could you do that for me, Superintendent Gothard?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Foster, members of the board. I think first and foremost, just the expectation that there are regular scheduled meetings that are attended by, not just the heads of those departments, but by staff so that they can develop that working relationship. There have been, changes to personnel that, that are always going to be some time of transition, but with this volume of work, it's really important that anyone who is new, coming in is able to develop that kind of working relationship and understanding. I think first and foremost, having a structure to SPPS builds that was also probably one of the more focused outcomes of the external review, giving everybody a process by which they can bring their respective work into the fold. I mean, when you look at the result of that website and all that information, that doesn't just happen in isolation. That happens because decisions are made and there's a way to project what those decisions have been. I think the other piece that I'd share is that, both I think Director Parent and Chief Schruel could share with you how they're trying to not teach, it might be the wrong word, but model for each other's departments what the expectations are as well, to give each department an understanding of exactly what they will be looking for, for the betterment of the project and for the ongoing working relationship. Lastly, I meet with Chief Schruel and Chief Turner weekly in one-to-one meetings where they can bring either frustrations or milestones to me, where we can work to problem solve and I can give recommendations to them in working together. And it is also not and both of them will tell you that it is not lost on me one bit that if need be to pull together a small group to get a better understanding, that we will spend that necessary time so that we can, achieve this work together.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Gothard. I guess I was hoping for a little bit more of a description, and maybe this is because I want to maybe get a peek at the inside of our operation, but I was hoping to get a little bit more of a description of your personal hands-on working with the people that are working for you. What have you done personally where you have been involved with those people in terms of promoting this sense of collaboration and spirit that was so much told to us by the external committee back in 2019?
Sure.
Could you just get, and I guess I'm looking for a little inside information.
Yep, Chair Foster, Director Broderick, I would really repeat what I just shared with you. I lead many different operations in the district where people report to me and the work requires collaboration. And I mean, look, so far back as completely rerouting bus routes with transportation, with nutrition services, with TAs who are reassigned. I mean, it takes a lot of communication, of coordination. And when there are breakdowns, many times those issues end up coming to me. And not so much of people reporting about others, people reporting frustrations about how to work better together and how to put processes in place so that the functions and the outcomes can be achieved. That is the way that I've continued to work with finance. That's the way I've continued to work with Chief Turner in operations and facilities. And I'll also mention to you that the whole notion of the external review was a recommendation so that we could bring together some of the very processes that are being used that were presented to you and to the community tonight. That is my job of overseeing those departments. I am not in daily meetings or those types of meetings. I believe Chief Schruel and Chief Turner are the representatives from our senior leadership team who are responsible for those duties, and they bring information to me individually or they bring information to our senior executive leadership team.
And I do not want to belabor I was going to use a phrase, I'm interested in the inside baseball, so to speak, of the district, and in particular the board's concern with, are we getting an echo? Or is that just me behind my mask? Can everyone hear me?
Yes,
okay.
We can hear you.
Thank you. I guess what I'm actually interested in more than anything else, as the person that we look to as the ultimate leader of our organization, is maybe an insight is what I'm looking for. An insight into your method of mentorship for the people that are under you and how you do this individually, but also how you work with them together to promote that type of collaboration that we all know is so vital to the well-being of the St. Paul Public Schools. So could you just give us a little bit of a, and I hope that I'm not trying to be too personal, but I'm looking for your style of leadership in terms of working with inter and intra-department relationships.
Chair Foster, Director Broderick, as it relates to the presentation and the recommendations that are before you tonight, I don't know if the information I'm providing is relevant to those recommendations. What I'll share with you is that I am available to staff in this district at any point for them to contact me individually, for me to convene any group that finds it necessary for my time, or for me to help problem solve, plan, look for the future, look for resources, or my professional guidance to provide them different ways of looking at things to help optimize a team. And the approach that I have for SPPS builds is truly the approach I have for all operations of the district. Now, there are clearly some areas that I have much more expertise and direct experience with, but I would have to share that I find the professionals that I work with across the board are able to balance each other quite well. And if we're ever in a position, like I felt we were in 2018, that we have to convene an external team to come in and provide us some real balance and some real measures to move forward, I would not hesitate to do that.
Oh, I don't know how I got muted. I guess I began by saying that I certainly hope that you don't think I was prying into your personal, well, I guess maybe I was, in terms of this is what I think school boards look to when they look to a superintendent, is those leadership kinds of qualities. And I think style and relationships with subordinates is a big part of that word style. And I think school boards over the years that I have watched, and I've seen relationships between superintendents and school boards, I think those are maybe some of the most important concepts that have to be understood as a board evaluates a superintendent, and a superintendent evaluates the people that are working for them. So that was the intent of my question, was to try to get a little bit of an insight in terms of just exactly the kinds of things that you did in response to the crisis that we were all facing, as you said, back in 2018, when we were called upon to do what is probably one of the most embarrassing things that an organization can do, and ask for what amounted to an outside audit by an outside committee. So thank you very much, Superintendent Gothard, for your frankness and candidness. And I guess my only excuse for that type of questions that I was asking was that I'm very interested in getting an idea about the interworkings of the district without becoming, as we would say, a micromanager as a school board member. I'm just interested on how things are going. I'm not necessarily interested in telling you how to do things. So thank you once again, Superintendent Gothard, and thank you, Chief Shrule and Chief Turner, and also the people from the facilities.
Executive Director Wu.
I suppose I don't have questions as much as I have a recommendation. You know, first of all, thank you, Chief Shrule, Chief Turner, and our facility leaders for presenting today. I think you addressed a lot of my concerns from our last few meetings regarding SPPS builds. You know, and I'm thinking about the resolution, and I'm thinking about 2015. And a lot of us weren't on this board during that time. And I think about 226, and I think that a lot of us may not be around on this board around that time. And what I would recommend is that we are in a place with our SPPS bills that we will have completed buildings. And what I'd like to see going forward is, you know, measurements regarding the outcomes that we want to produce in the aftermath of these completed buildings. I mean, whether our criteria be achievement or quality of learning environment, teacher satisfaction, morale of the people who are in those buildings, or even enrollment stability. I'd like to have those criteria start to be presented as we go forward. You know, before at the start of 2015, we didn't have to do that, but going forward, I feel like that needs to be a part of the presentation going forward as we move deeper into these projects that we have coming up here.
Chair Foster, Vice Chair Wu, if I could just ask for a little bit more, just some clarification. Are you speaking of mainly the large scale projects or really all projects and looking at some criteria about outcomes?
I suppose the large scale projects are the more important ones, right?
Okay. And I just want to reiterate that, some of the smaller projects that we do are very meaningful as well. And I do think really do add to some of the things that you were saying. So I might offer that we look at a way to differentiate some of the criteria for obviously the large scale projects, but even some of the smaller ones that really do address some specific needs or desires.
Appreciate that, Superintendent Gothard.
Okay. Seat Member Ali.
I don't have any questions at this moment. Thank you, Chair Foster, and thank you for the presentation.
No. My questions have been asked and answered, so I say thank you for the presentation as well. Dr. Gothard, any remarks?
Sorry, everybody, I have a lot of screens up here. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. I mean, this is in so many ways the culmination that has been given to you and to the community in pieces, right? We, had the external review committee come in and make some recommendations. We began to implement some of them, and some of them are still in the process of being worked out. And at the same time, we had work that was still ongoing. I think the one thing that I want to demonstrate to our community is that you know what it is that we're doing. There's a way for us to monitor that, and not only on paper, but now in some ways in real time on that dashboard. That was very important to me going into the review. Chief Turner and others, Chief Schul can share that with you, that I said we have to be able to use technology. We have to be able to use the information that we have to share with the community. So there really is the surprise taken away. And these projects are big in terms of cost, but also, and Vice Chair Wu is just out, I know, at Ames, it's significant to the community. These are not, especially the large scale ones. We're talking about multi-years. We are talking about some of the inconveniences and safety precautions we have to put in place. The amount of community involvement in these projects is far more than community raising their hands saying this is what we want. The professionals that do the work, the contractors that we bring in, the plans that we have in place, the funding that is secured, the bonds that are refinanced to keep our credit rating in a good place. I mean, this is a major uptaking by the personnel in this district and involving the community. I really appreciate the thought that has been put in to this work. I appreciate that you are getting data and numbers and information right now that previously you didn't have, and that's very intentional and by design. If you as a governing board want to determine the course in a different way, then of course we want to know that, because these plans also don't just happen. Here's the project we're going to do. The project begins, the process begins, and they can take up to 2, 3, 4 years in some cases. So there has to be great thought up front about what we're committing to. And I think lastly, what you're seeing as well, and I know some of you, SPPS Achieves, you were looking for maybe some additional information. Well, we brought on Envision SPPS. Yes, you're still looking for some additional information. How can we make this work? We incorporated SPPS builds. What we've really presented to you tonight through SPPS Achieves, Envision SPPS, and now SPPS builds is truly a comprehensive long-range plan for the school district. It involves every single inch of our organization in some way, shape, or form, and they're aligned. And our district leaders, with our community, with you as the board directors of St. Paul Public Schools, we are as close as I've seen to truly operating off the same sheet of music. And I think that's going to be really important for us moving forward. I don't, and our staff, I don't think, my team, we don't bristle at the thought of very tough conversations and tough decisions, but we do need information so we can make the right kind of plans for the district. And that's where your leadership is going to be so valued. And there's got to be a great deal of trust that's built with us. And that's why we've tried to share with you as much information as possible about these next 5 years. So with that, again, I just want to thank the teams that have worked on these presentations, you know, in this 3-part series, but all the work that's gone on as well behind the scenes. And I want to thank our community for being both patient and curious. I think it's okay to say that. Patient in that we've had to delay some things. Curious because they're wondering what's going to happen now. Either are we going to get our promise or are things going to change again? And I think that tension is okay, because I do think at the end of the day, it will lead to us having better clear-cut outcomes of SPPS builds along with all the other work in the district. So with that, Chair Foster, if there are any final questions, I will turn it back over to you.
Checking for any final questions, board members, Director Allen?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Sure, you're on mute.
No additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Ellis?
No additional questions.
Director Broderick?
My only question will be, are we to vote on the resolution now?
Yes, we're moving this to a vote for the 3 different sections, yes.
And I'd like to, I can speak to that then.
You can speak to that now. Then we move to the, I make the motions. Oh, well, technically.
Well, I can't speak to the motion for a resolution until the motion has been made.
Through the chair, the final part of the presentation does include the resolutions and the next steps. So there is one small final part of the presentation that gets to where Director Broderick would like to go.
And there are 3 separate motions.
Okay. So this is after the financial piece, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And there's one more presentation left. Section.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Does that answer that for you, Director?
There's another presentation left?
There's one more section that they're gonna present.
What section is that?
That's the resolution.
The resolution.
Well, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
I mean, we've come to the point now where we're gonna vote on the resolution, correct?
Well, asking questions.
Yeah, well, no, I have no questions.
Okay.
My only question was whether we were gonna vote on the resolution tonight.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Director Boo.
No questions.
Seat Member Ali.
No questions at this time. Thank you.
All right, back over to you.
Through the chair, members of the board, we'd like to finalize this presentation tonight with the next steps and the resolutions. Although prior to that, I would like to just clarify a couple of things that I heard. A number of things that Dr. Gothard said, I won't repeat, so I'll, in light of time. But there was a question regarding Director Ellis around the finances. I do want to be transparent and make sure that the board does understand that that $105 million is an average. And while this year there is the recommendation that we look to use 91 million, that it could be next year or 2 years from now that it's 110 million or 111 million. That what we're committing to and what we're asking the board to commit to, the part of the resolution, is that on average there will be 105 million spent over 5 years. So that some years it could be less than that, some years it could be more. But I do want to be very clear with the board as well as the community around that piece, and with transparency, that average is truly an average. It's 105 million average. And Chief Stroh, I didn't know if you want to add any other to that comment. If not, I would like to also thank the board for their commitment to this, the work, for the many hours that you have spent touring, that you have spent in meetings, that you have spent on conference calls and teams, really understanding and getting to know this project and this program and getting to know SPPS builds. I appreciate that effort and that amount of time. And then lastly, why it's not our tradition to respond directly to public comment on the night, I do think that since that was brought up by a couple of the public commenters tonight, I do have a couple of things I would like the board to know just going into the vote regarding our work around sustainability. One is that there is an entire section of the St. Paul Public Schools facilities website that's dedicated to sustainability and energy efficiency efforts. And so I would encourage the board as well as the community to spend time on that. Within that website, there are several years, but 3 years are public right now of actual reports. So the facilities department, along with external partners, does present a sustainability and energy efficiency annual report that shares in ways in which the efforts that the district is doing to improve on those efforts. Another point around that are that very large projects that we do, such as American Indian Magnet, Horace Mann, and Global Arts. So the very large projects that we do all go through what's called an Energy Design Assistance Program that we work with and partner with Excel Energy. So that is the expectation, it's a standard that we do. And just to give you a fun fact, that when the American Indian Magnet program is done, we would have saved about 405,000 pounds of carbon monoxide CO2 per year on footprint just on that one project. So our projects we are intentional and strategic with that when it comes to sustainability and energy efficiency. And quite honestly, that's just the industry standard now. It's the expectation that you use those measures, and we do. And many of our smaller projects, such as our roof projects, our windows projects, our lighting projects, the boilers and things like that, they also provide, and we're intentional about the energy efficiency and sustainability efforts with those. So, and then lastly, the committee that our member, I think it was Ms. Dickerson, mentioned, that Green Committee, members of the Facilities Environmental Services Group. We have several staff members within the facilities department that their main role of working with the district is environmental safety, environmental efficiency, and sustainability efforts, improving those. But several of our members of that team also participate in that committee, along with our St. Paul Federation of Educators as well. So I did want the board to know that prior to going into this vote, that we are intentional. So Director Allen, we are intentional with our sustainability efforts. And Sarah, if you wouldn't mind going to that slide, which you had next steps. So the next steps tonight, Director Broderick and others, we are asking you for the approval of the SPPS Bills resolution. That resolution does give the administration the ability to move forward for the next 5 years with a capital plan program. It does provide the strategy, the criteria, the prioritization that we have presented before you, as well as a financing strategy. That is in your board packet and was presented to you earlier, but that resolution we will ask for that you take action on. Also tonight, in a separate vote, we are asking you to take action on Gate Point Check 2 and 2A for Ramsey Middle School and G. Meek. That was part of the consent agenda that as well. I want to remind the board, when you take action again on Gate Point Check 2, you are taking action on the project charter. So you are given the team permission to move forward with the specific project charter for Ramsey. And the project charter means that's the overall scope of the work that we will be doing at Ramsey. So when this board takes action on that tonight, the team will then move forward to do those projects within that project charter. Similar with G. Ming, we are asking you to take action on Gate Point Check 2, which means that you are approving the project charter for G. Ming, which primarily gives the scope of the work that we will be doing. So when you think of Ramsey, Miss Kathy Wallace gave a very good description on that one slide of both the infrastructure work as well as the repurposing work that's going to be done in that building and the remodeling work. There's similar description for GMEEG. And within the actual SPPS Builds book itself, every single school has a project charter. That's multiple pages. So that's what you'll be approving within Gate Point Check 2A. And in the future, the finance team will be coming forth, not tonight, but will be coming forth to look at the specific COP projects and LOT ponds, the ones that Chief Schul talked about, the financing of those. Next slide, please, sir. Next slide. And so here is a copy of the resolution. I know you can't read it, but it is in the board book. And this is what we're asking you to take action on. And I would ask General Counsel Member Chuck Long, do we actually take it at this particular time, or would you like us to finish the presentation and then come back to the resolution vote? Administration is prepared to hear a motion around it, but would you like us to do that now or later?
Sure, I'm looking to see, I can't see through the flowers. I'm looking to see if you're looking at me to respond. Oh, Chair Foster, it's listed on the agenda that the board has approved as part of the discussion on the 5-year facilities plan. Whether there's an additional presentation to go along with this and the 2 action items, I believe is up to you as chair for your discretion as to when you wish to actually entertain that motion.
Okay. And so this is also what Director Broderick was talking about. So the first one up is actually the approval for the resolution. And so I would just move that motion. And so I think, Director, were you asking if there was any further conversation around this, or are we ready? I believe we are.
Well, if you move the resolution and it is seconded,
then we can have
open it for discussion.
All right, let's do that. We're going to move this along here. Oh, Chief Counsel Long.
Oh, Chair Foster, I'm sorry. I was just going to affirm what Director Broderick was saying. On the resolution, there would be a motion, a second on that motion, and then an opportunity for discussion on that motion prior to calling for a vote.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. Nothing else is up. So then with that, we'll move forward. I will move to approve the resolution for SPPS Builds FY 2022 through 2026 5-year facilities maintenance and capital implementation plan. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. That was seconded by Director Vu and Ellis. Now I would open it up for discussion, beginning with Director Allen.
You got my name right. That's awesome. I don't really have any discussion. I did miss a quick question on the slide where they were showing the design for Ramsey Middle School. It looks like they're moving the parking lot, or is that an additional parking lot? And then, because I'm thinking about green space. So that was my question.
Kathy, I asked that you come on.
Sure. That is the hope is that we would be able to gain some additional parking at that location for visitors. And at that location, I mean on the Ramsey site.
Got it. Thank you. I'll follow up on that later.
Thank you. And then Kathy, can you just share why we were using the words why we hoped it will be?
We hope. Yeah, because that is located in the historic overlay district along along Summit Avenue, and also probably including McAllister, there will be a fair amount of scrutiny and not regulation precisely, but comment on what we may do. And there may be requests, very strong requests, that we do something else that does not affect the outside appearance of the building or its site.
Exactly why I was concerned about green space, because I knew that was coming. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Director Kopp?
I don't have additional questions. I just wanted to take this opportunity to say I'm really excited to vote for this resolution, to see these projects and this plan go forward. The alignment is so important between the strategic plan, the capital projects, and Envision SPPS. And I think the superintendent said it really well. This is as aligned as I've seen in my years being in the district. Our purpose in building, our purpose in instruction, our purpose in community. And it's really exciting also to give our community that opportunity to see the big picture all the way down to their very local and immediate interest in their own school buildings. And so that's wonderful to bring that expertise from the community and match it with our expertise from facilities and creating a little magic in our buildings. Because people want to be excited about these projects, they want to be included. At their best, our schools are kind of like a second home. And so these projects matter, and I'm so excited to watch this come alive. Thanks to all for their hard work.
Director Ellis?
I don't have anything at this time. Thank you.
I do not have anything at this time. Director Broderick?
Before I speak to the resolution, I want to take just a short amount of time to provide some historical context. I'm the only member of this board who was on the board on December 15th, 2015, when the 5-year facilities maintenance and capital implementation plan was set in motion to meet the strategic facility needs for the district. This happened under the leadership of former Superintendent Valeria Silva. In January of 2016, 4 new members came onto the board. And since then, we've had significant changes to board membership, a year-long interim superintendent, and the placing of a new superintendent in 2017. Because of my status in terms of longevity and the fact that I am currently the duly elected treasurer of the St. Paul Public Schools School Board, I sense a very real obligation to be very thoughtful and responsible in my comments as we make this momentous decision tonight. Over the last several weeks, I've read literally hundreds of pages of summaries from the facilities department. This includes just this morning an email from Superintendent Gothard that was an attempt to answer some questions that I've been bringing forth at committee of the board meetings and board meetings over the last couple months. Unfortunately, much of the information that's been provided to me in this manner has not had the specificity I was hoping for and did not answer the questions that I was asking. One document in particular, entitled Capital Planning and Delivery Process Improvements, was, I felt, very lacking in specific examples of work and had a large number of recommendations that were labeled at this point in time as in progress or under consideration. This is the very kind of language which continually confounded and frustrated me during presentations during the first rendition of FMP. In short, I have not been convinced that the plan presented tonight will be a significant improvement over the plan that went awry. And it's hard for me to say this because my vote tonight will be one of the saddest moments in all my years on this board. But I find that at this point, I must vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Director Vu.
I have no further questions other than to appeal to my recommendation from earlier.
Thank you. With that, I'll move it to a vote. Vote, please.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Cobb,
Yes.
Director Ellis,
Yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
No.
Director Vu.
Yes.
That vote was 5 yeses, 1 no.
Thank you. That was motion passes with a vote of 5-1. I move on to the next. I would move that the Board of Education approve the jamming phase 2 addition and renovation project number 3090-21-01 at phase gate check number 2, project charter, gate check number 2A, finance plan update. Do I have a second?
Second, Ellis.
Thank you. That was seconded by Ellis, Director Ellis. Any questions or conversation? Director Allen?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Director Cobb?
No questions. Thank you.
Director Ellis?
No questions.
No questions from me. Director Broderick?
No questions.
Thank you. Director Vu?
No, I think the expectations were explained by Chief Turner. No questions.
Thank you. Please vote.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Cobb,
Yes.
Director Ellis,
Yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
and Director Vu.
Yes.
And that vote was 6 yeses, 0 noes.
Thank you. That vote passes unanimously. I would move on to our next one, and I would move that the Board of Education approve the Ramsey Middle School addition and renovations project, project number 3140-20-02 at phase gate check number 2, project charter, gate check number 2A, finance plan update. Do I have a second?
Second, Ellis.
Second.
Thank you. That was seconded by Director Ellis Allen. Is there any questions? Director Allen?
Nope, no questions. Thank you.
Director Cobb?
No questions. Thank you.
Director Ellis?
No questions. Thank you.
I have none. Director Broderick?
No.
Director Vu?
No questions.
Your vote, please.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Cobb,
Yes.
Director Ellis,
Yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
and Director Vu.
Yes.
And that vote was 6 yeses, 0 nos.
Thank you. That vote passes unanimously, 6-0. We're going to very quickly do the human resource transactions and take a break, team. Next is the human resource transactions, and I'll turn it over to you, Superintendent Gothard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'd ask you to please approve the human resources transactions for the month of February.
With that, I would move to approve the human resource transactions for the dates February 1st through February 28th, 2021. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. That was seconded by Vice Chair Vu. Vote, please.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Cobb,
Yes.
Director Ellis,
Yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
and Director Vu.
Yes.
And that vote was 6 yeses, 0 nos.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously. With that, the time is now 9:12, probably in a couple seconds moving to 9:13. If we can take a 10-minute break and return at 9:23. Stretch break, potty break, and back. Sarah, can we do a quick roll call?
Yeah.
There he goes.
Director Allen? Oh. Director
Here.
Allen? Thank you. Director Cox?
Here.
Director Ellis?
Here.
Director Foster?
Here.
Director Broderick?
Here.
And Director Vu?
Here.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to move to approve all items within the consent agenda with these items pulled for separate consideration. E3, phase gate approval of Bridgeview roof replacement project, gate number 3, project budget, gate number 3A, finance plan update. E4, phase gate approval of Frost Lake Elementary, addition and renovation, playground. Gate 4, number 4, contract award. Gate number 4A, finance plan update. E9, pre-qualification of professional consultant construction managers as advisor. And F1, phase gate approval of E-STEM chiller replacement, gate number 4, contract award. Gate 4A, finance update. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. That was seconded by Director Kopp and Allen. Vote, please.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Kopp?
Yes.
Director Ellis?
Yes.
Director Foster?
Yes.
Director Broderick?
Yes.
And Director Vu?
Yes.
The vote was 6 yeses, 0 noes.
Thank you. That vote passes unanimously. First item is E3, phase gate approval of Bridgeview roof replacement project, gate number 3, project budget. Gate 3A, finance plan update. Now I'll turn it over to Director Broderick to ask questions.
Thank you very much, Chair Foster. And to expedite matters, since I believe I'm the person that pulled all of these items tonight, is that correct?
That is correct, Director Broderick.
All right, I would like to recommend at this point in time that we pass all of these items that I had previously pulled. Counselor Long, could you help me out in terms of whether I said that correctly?
Chair Foster, Director Broderick, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, Seat Member Ali. Yes, if you would like to move that, Director Broderick, then it would be a motion to approve items E3, E4, E9, and F1, and then we would need a second and a vote.
Okay, and that's exactly what I would like to do. Thank you very much, Councilor Long.
There's a motion to
I'm sorry, I think Director Broderick, you should make the motion. I can't make the motion.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. All right. Well, you know, I've often said I'm like Tom Sawyer. He got all his friends to whitewash the fence. Well, can't I get you to make a motion? All right.
Do you move?
I move that we pass all of the.
So E3.
Read them all. E3.
E4.
Take it out of the line. Every one of them that I pulled.
E9 and F1. All right. There's a motion on the floor to pass E3, E4, E9, and F1. Is there a second? I will second that.
I can second it.
Oh, thank you. Seconded by Vice Chair Vu. Is there any conversation needed? Director Allen?
No, thank you.
Director Cobb?
No questions, thank you.
Director Ellis?
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
I have none at this time. Director Broderick?
No, thank you very much for helping me navigate that.
Director Vu?
No questions.
All right. Vote, please.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Pop,
Yes.
Director Ellis,
Yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
and Director Vu.
Yes.
And that vote was 6 yeses, 0 no.
That motion passed unanimously 60-0. Let's go. Next on the agenda is open business, which first includes resolution adopting a St. Paul Public Schools resolution in response to COVID-19 pandemic. And I will turn it over to Superintendent Gothard.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is the 4th time that this resolution has been brought before you to provide me the ability to lead our team and our district through the COVID-19 pandemic. We've revised the language tonight to ensure it reflects our current status. And tonight, I thank you for your confidence and trust in leading through these challenging times and ask that you approve extending the resolution before you tonight.
I would open it up for any questions, beginning with Director Allen.
This is another 3-month extension, correct?
Well,
That's all my only question.
Actually, I believe what was the date in there? June to the end of the school year.
To the June 20, I don't know the date in front of me, June 21st,
Yeah.
22nd board meeting.
June 22nd to the June 22nd board meeting. So it'll go through the end of the school year, yes.
Got it, cool.
Thank you. Director Cobb?
No questions. I just, because it has come up before and we've had a chance to renew this resolution or pass this resolution, that's important for the community to know that one of the reasons why, for myself, that I can confidently vote for this resolution is that we have excellent communication between the superintendent and board members, between weekly small group meetings, between regular updates. I never feel like I'm in the dark about what's going on. I know that I have the ability to ask questions and get my questions answered in a timely fashion. That information is available. And it's because of that confidence in the superintendent and his team that this resolution permits the team to move with agility and flexibility in a timely fashion. And so I look forward to voting yes on this resolution.
Thank you. Director Ellis.
I don't have anything to add. I would just, well, I guess that's not true. I would just say that I feel like the board has been informed every step of the way. I also feel like we're not doing this without any strategic direction. I think we're following guidelines from the CDC and Department of Health, and also based off of things that are happening in Ramsey County in our community, but also state recommendations as well too. So I'm confident in the resolution. So.
Thank you. Director Broderick.
No questions.
Director Vu.
No questions.
And I would just echo my fellow directors. Superintendent Gothard, would you have any closing remarks?
No, really, thank you, Chair Foster, members of the board. I guess the only thing that I'll add is some of you might be wondering about the future, and we'll be giving presentations at future board meetings about this, the plans and the success of our reopening. We've got a summer session ahead of us, and we have next fall ahead of us. many of you some of you participated in the Council for Great City Schools legislative conference. We had the chance to interact with the assistant director of the CDC, and one of the questions that she was asked was, what's next year look like? And I think even at the CDC level, they're still in a little bit of wait and see mode. We may, I hope, know more information by June 22nd, so that we can start to begin to project out, what our plans are going to be. But please know that to get to this stage where we are right now, as of April 14th, has just been an incredible development for me. There are many times where I wondered if that day would ever get there, let alone our elementary and now let alone our secondary schools. So I really appreciate the work that you've allowed us to do to continue to keep the opportunities for our students and families at the forefront, and the safety of staff planning that we've had to do in a manner that our team has been able to move forward. So I appreciate your support of this resolution, and know that, again, by June, we'll be thinking about what this needs to look like for the future. But until now, this will guide us for the rest of the school year. And I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gothard. With that, I would move to approve the resolution adopting a St. Paul Public Schools resolution in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Is there a second?
Second, Ellis.
That motion was seconded by Director Ellis. Vote, please.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Tuck?
Yes.
Director Ellis?
Yes.
Director Foster?
Yes.
Director Broderick?
Yes.
And Director Vu?
Yes.
That vote was 6 yeses, 0 noes.
And that vote passes unanimously. My words aren't coming out. Next on the agenda, within old business, is approval of the memorandum of agreement between Independent School District number 625, St. Paul Public Schools, and superintendency members of Independent School District number 625, St. Paul Public Schools. And I will turn it back over to you, Superintendent Gothard.
Madam Chair and members of the board, tonight you are being asked to approve this agreement with the members of the St. Paul Public Schools Superintendency. As you recall, this was before you once before, and I want to be very clear with you and to the community that that this was put on old business very intentionally, so that we could have the opportunity to have staff bring this back before you for your consideration tonight. And at this time, I'd like to ask Executive Director of Human Resources, Kenyatta McCarty, to present tonight's request for approval.
Thank you, Madam Chair Foster, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, and seat member Ali. As you recall, an initial proposal was brought to you in the January meeting of this year that identified 4 areas proposed to apply for the agreement between the district and the members of the superintendency group. The initial proposal was not approved at that time. Since then, what we've done is we've held individual and small group meetings with you all, members of the board, to provide a more comprehensive overview of the impacts of this group, as well as review the revised proposal. I'm bringing this forth to you tonight. The summary that you will be reviewing tonight with us will be what we reviewed in the small group meetings. And the request tonight is for your approval of the proposal. Sarah, next slide, please. Oh, Sarah, I don't know if you have the slides up, I'm sorry. Thank you. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. And if you can go to the first slide, the slide before that, I just want to remind everyone that we do have guiding values that we are working under. So while these are guiding values that we used in terms of our negotiations for our affiliated groups that are under a bargaining unit, please note that we also utilize these in terms of looking at just salary increases and proposals for all of our employee groups. So again, we're looking at our guiding values and our held beliefs and understandings that we use in our negotiations and settlements of our employee groups. They include providing clear and transparent communication, establishing an annual amount for negotiations among all employee groups, identifying district negotiation priorities each year, and supporting our negotiation teams in pursuit of these guiding values, and also maintaining a district-wide holistic approach to understanding our operational, financial, and programmatic relationships. So I want to share that. Next slide, Sarah. Tonight, what I'll be providing for you is a brief summary of our superintendency group, so you know who it's composed of. Again, reminding you of the board parameters of the 1.5 for the first year and 2% increase. This was provided to all employee groups and all other employees within the district, with the exception of the 26 members that we're bringing forth tonight. And then finally, we'll be providing you with a revised final package that is going to be proposed for you. Next slide, please. So the superintendency, this group it consists of 26 members of our district. It includes our members who are in our chief officer titles. This does not include our chief financial officer. We have our assistant superintendent, so that includes our division of schools, that's over our schools, our office of specialized services and multilingual learner area, as well as our executive director, and there are some of our director roles that are within this group. We do have director roles that are in other and under other represented groups, so I do want to be clear about that. This group is what we call an unaffiliated group, so it's not represented by a bargaining unit unlike some of our other groups. And the proposal typically that we present to the BOE, or Board of Education, is done after the approval of the teacher contract is settled and ratified. This year, as we mentioned, there was a delay given some of the work that we were doing because of the pandemic, and so that's why it was brought later within the year. Can we go to the next slide, please? So I want to point out just two different pieces here. In January, I mentioned that there were 4 areas that we brought forth to you. They were a COLA increase within the board parameters, an increase to longevity for members who that would apply to, and an increase to benefit contributions, and that was going from only for family contributions for the district from $10.75 to $12.50. And then there was one last item that was not an increase in terms of salaries to people, but it was a recommendation to look at a salary adjustment to the salary schedule range for one particular group, because we talked about some pay compression or salary compression for one group. In terms of the value of that particular proposal, we were looking at somewhere around $153,000 for that particular group, 500 around that amount. The new proposal is looking at just COLA increases within the board parameters of the 1.5 and 2%, and an increase to benefit contributions. It does remove the increase to longevity, and so that gets us to around $140,000 in terms of the value of this particular proposal. If we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So again, this is what the recommendation brought forth to you tonight will be. It's for wages and benefits within the board parameters of 1.5 the first year and 2% second year of the contract. I do want to remind you all that this was budgeted within our general fund, and also this is within the parameters that were set forth by you. The delay in the first year, you'll see there's a delay in the first year of the 1.5% of having that be applied retroactively on October 12, 2019. And that is to increase the district contributions for benefits and to still remain within the 1.5 and 2% board parameters. What I do want to point out, we do want to make a recommendation that for members at the top of the range for the salary schedule in their particular items, there's not many of those members that they would receive a lump sum at the top of, for those at the top of the range in the respective of 1.5 and 2% COLA increases. And then this next is that we would be looking at district contributions for health insurance not to exceed the school district contribution of monthly premiums of $12.50, and that would be effective January 1st. Again, that delay in the first year, 1.5%, is what provides the ability for us to do that. And this is value at about $5,000 for that group. And at this point, I will pause for questions that you may have, and I will also invite Assistant Director Jim Vollmer to the screen if there are questions that we can answer for you at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll open it up for questions from board members, beginning with Director Allen.
I don't have any questions. I appreciate the adjustments that were made, and I look forward to going through these negotiation cycles in the future with all of the units now. Thanks.
Director Cobb.
Thank you for the presentation and for the opportunity to meet in small groups to have some additional questions answered. And I know one thing that we discussed was a potentially like a refinement of the process in the future, just to have something that's maybe a little more visible that can be shared with community. But as it stands, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Director Ellis.
I don't have any questions, but thank you for the work. I know that that might have felt away for some of our folks in the district, how that turned out back in January. Again, to Director Kopp's point, like going forward, a process for this would be really helpful, and acknowledge that, you know, everyone in the district is doing good and hard work, and that wasn't, I do not believe that that was meant to be anything negative in that way, just not understanding how we got to this point without a process in place. So, but thank you for making changes, and appreciate the work that everybody has been doing. Thank you.
Director Broderick.
No questions.
Director Vu.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you. I do not at this time either. Dr. Gothard, any closing remarks?
No final questions or comments for me. I want to thank Executive Director McCarty and Assistant Director Vollmer for leading the group through the process to bring this back before you, and also know that you have my commitment and my directive to the team to look at alternative ways to demonstrate representation of this unaffiliated group, so that it can become part of how our district honors and is visible to the work that they're doing and the compensation and benefits they receive.
Thank you. With that, I would move to approve the Board of Education of Independent School District number 625, approve the recommended salary and benefit increases for members of the superintendency. Duration of said recommendation is for the period of July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2021. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Thank you. That motion is seconded by Vice Chair Vu. Vote, please.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Yes.
Director Ellis?
Yes.
Director Foster?
Yes.
Director Broderick?
Yes.
And Director Vu?
Yes.
And that vote was 6 yeses, 0 noes.
That motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Next on the agenda within old business is the second reading, Policy 536, weighted grades, and I will turn it over to Superintendent Gothard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, Chief of Staff Cedric Baker is here to present the second reading of Policy 536.00, weighted grades. I'll turn it over to Chief Baker.
Thanks, Dr. Gothard. Chair Foster, members of the board, Seat Member Ali, I'm here to walk us through the process in the second reading for this new policy 536 of weighted grades. Sarah, you can go to the next slide. Thank you. This is a proposed new policy. The reason that we are proposing this policy is to be in compliance with Minnesota statute, and I want to read part of the statute, which states a school board must adopt a policy regarding weighted grade point averages for any high school or dual enrollment course The policy must state whether the district offers weighted grades. A school board must annually publish on its website a list of courses for which a student may earn a weighted grade. And to just highlight that we have been historically doing these practices concerning weighted grades. Now we just want the board policy to reflect our compliance with Minnesota statute. Next slide, please. In this next section, it highlights the actual policy under the general statement of policy. And board members, I would just like to go through to just make sure that everybody is aware of our requested changes. For A, it states that St. Paul Public Schools provides school level advising and counseling support to reach equitable outcomes for all students to challenge themselves through advanced coursework. B, St. Paul Public Schools does employ a weighted grade practice for specific courses in which a student may enroll. C, weighted grades apply to any college level equivalent courses, including advanced placement, international baccalaureate, concurrent enrollment, post-secondary enrollment options, and articulated college credit opportunities. Other courses qualifying for weighted grades will be determined by the district and posted on the Office of Teaching and Learning's website. And then A, the grade point, CA, the grade point for any grade awarded in any weighted course will be multiplied by a factor of 1.25. And then lastly, D, credits previously earned by students who transfer enrollment to St. Paul Public Schools shall bear grades as though the course was implemented at St. Paul Public Schools. There is a draft of the policy here for the public and board members to see in tracking the changes for the proposed track changes. And with that, I will answer any questions. I also have Director Darren Ginther with me to assist in any questions that any board members may have at this time.
Thank you. I will open it up for questions and any comments from board members, beginning with Director Allen.
No questions. This has been in effect for a lot of years. So thank you for making a policy.
Director Cobb.
No questions. Thank you.
Director Ellis.
No questions. Thank you.
Director Broderick.
No questions.
Director Vu.
No questions.
And I have none at this time. Just thank you for your work. Superintendent Gothard. Any closing remarks?
There. Sticky mute button tonight. I'm sorry, everyone. Chair Foster, members of the board, I just want to thank the policy work group for your continued work. Of course, this is reading 2, so this will come before you one final time before it is adopted. So with that, I would like to thank you for your consideration moving this process along.
All right. Next on the agenda is new business. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item. Next on the agenda is information requests and responses, as well as any items for future agendas. And we'll go through the roll call for board members to discuss these items, beginning with Director Allen.
Nope, I don't have any. Thank you.
Director Cobb.
I'm sure this is coming, but I'm interested in what our summer plans will be. I know that's contingent upon some information and funding coming through, but would love to hear more about what we're thinking.
Thank you. Director Ellis.
I too have questions about our certain summer learning programs. I know we got sort of a outline of what that potentially could look like. And then I'm also curious about meals over the summer. And I think that I had asked for an update on that, nutrition services. So just curious where that information is, when that may be coming, an update. I think that's it, summer and nutrition services. meals, hopefully, over the summer again.
Thank you. Director Broderick.
No questions.
Director Boo.
I did have a request regarding our opening plans on the 14th. With the summer going into next fall, this time last year we opened distance learning, and the distance learning that we ended the school year with in 19 and 20 wasn't the distance learning that we started out with this school year. And I'd be interested to hear in the request going forward just how in sync we're going to be in terms of the expectations opening full in person for all our entire school district for the remainder of the school year, in addition to the summer program going into the fall. I would like to see a bit more synchronization of expectations from our students, what they can expect from the teachers, and what kind of workload they can expect in their schools.
Thank you. And summer plans were one of mine as well. Particularly, I have some questions around our seniors. We know students coming back to school, there are concerns about graduation, and just, do we have numbers where we're at with students, grades, graduation, and then furthermore, plans for what is there conversations we know with the governor? Are we going to have graduation? Are we talking about some things yet? We'd like to know some of those things. Let's dive in. And Superintendent Goddard.
Yeah, Chair Foster, members of the board, if you don't mind, could we spend just a couple minutes giving you just a few updates on summer learning? I do think it's relevant, and it is a topic that obviously you brought up and we're hearing. Is that okay?
Any objections, board members? Seeing none, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, I did give just a kind of what I call the shell, what Director Ellis was describing, a shell of what we're considering or what we're offering as of right now. A few things we were waiting for. One was some legislation that was held up. As you know, the state budget is being discussed, and in that state budget, some of the funds from the CARES relief funding was held back for states, and Governor Walz had proposed allowing districts to use and tap into that money for some summer learning. So it did put a hold on some of the things. It was that situation has now been moved forward, so we're getting a more clear picture in terms of some of the funding aspects of what we're planning to do. You also know that there are additional funding streams coming from both the ESSER Round 2 and the final installment that was approved by President Biden in Congress in last week. So there are a lot of moving pieces, and so what we have continued to do is plan on what we've offered in the past and what can we build on for the summer, recognizing some of the difficulties students have faced with what we have the ability to offer. And I'm looking at both Chief Turner and Chief Wilcox-Harris. If you have anything you want to just add briefly, and know that we'll bring back a full report at our April COB as well, COB or BOE.
Through the chair, I can start with just a general overview, and Chief Wilcox-Harris may have some more specifics to add. We will plan to come forth before the board and the community in a formal presentation. We can plan to prepare to do that with alignment with the executive committee comes up with a date, but we can be as prepared as early as April to do that. However, in the meantime, this summer school S term will include a much more robust programming, both in the form of numbers and enrollment, as well as with actual time, both time in the day, as well as extended throughout the summer. So we typically will run 2 summer sessions throughout the summer with our, 3 if you add Freedom School, with our Freedom School being our marquee that typically is longer. This summer we are proposing that we look at a 6.5-hour day for all students who are interested in participating. We are prepared to increase and support increased enrollment and interest from multiple parties, not necessarily just parties that would traditionally look and apply or qualify for summer school or those additional hours. In addition to the extended time during the day, we're also have proposed to have extended time within the weeks. So we typically run 2 4-week sessions. We'll look to run multiple 6-week sessions of summer school throughout, and Freedom School will be in addition to that. In addition to that, the community ed programming that again is a free choice program. Families do register for that, but that program will be significantly increased as in person as well as virtual online programming will be offered. And then the last thing I'd like to mention that students will be encouraged to take their iPads home over the summer, will be allowed to and supported to. So of course we will continue to build upon our virtual experiences that we learned last year with Summer Connect. It was a great program and pilot that we launched last year, and we anticipate to learn from what we did last year and expand upon that for this coming year. And Chief Wilcox-Harris, would you like to add some more specific?
Sure, thank you. Through the chair. SPPS, we are planning to expand, as Chief Turner talked about, the enriched summer programming. When we think about the different groups that we're serving, at pre-K we have a summer session. At K4 we have not only summer session, but extended learning, summer language immersion. You mentioned, Chief Turner mentioned CDF Freedom School, but also world cultures and sports and power scholars, American Indian education. These are all plans for our summer, including community education cahoots and the community education enrichment camps. At the little bit older group, 5 through 8, we're planning the routine summer session with the extensions that Chief Turner spoke about, but also extended school year, Community Ed's Flip Side, which is a very popular program, Future Leaders in Sports, STEM programming, and again, community education cahoots. And then for the older students, the 9 through 12, we have credit recovery, or as I call it, credit protection, really getting in there and getting those credits and keeping them. We have our EL language development. There'll be extended school year for those 9 through 12th graders, and then again, future leaders in sports. And we always have our adult offerings for community education, adult basic education. So we'll be able to bring you much more detail for this, around this, kind of giving some specifics around some of the content, some of the experiences you would expect our students to learn, because this is a pivot point for us as we move from the end of this year, obviously, to summer and then into fall, and address summer learning, the school year learning loss as a result of the pandemic. I think.
Yeah, thank you, members of the team. And I don't like to do that. I normally wouldn't like to do this, but I felt like more to come. We've been really planning thoughtfully since fall, quite honestly, with what summer might look like, and just want the community to know not only more to come, but here's what you can start listening for, looking for, as we continue to share information and give more detail in April and with all of our district communications. So thank you very much, Chair Foster.
And just to the chair, I'd just like to add, just for Director Ellis, regarding the food program for the summer. Actually, the operations team is meeting tomorrow to plan out specifics of what that might look like. We know that it does take a large physical space to be able to provide the home meals, and with us expanding our S-term and summer school opportunities and anticipate the increase in enrollment, we do need more planning time to make sure that we have the capacity within our buildings to be able to run a similar summer program. So that's what we are planning tomorrow, and we'll be prepared to present to the board at an April committee of the board or more detailed report around the summer meals.
Thank you. I'll ask if there are any follow-up questions to that. Director Allen?
It just seems like they're moving super fast. So I'm wondering, have we figured out a way to collect data from students and parents around their experiences with distance learning, and then last year's summer program, and what they anticipate or hope to be happening with the St. Paul Public Schools to help their students kind of continue to advance? And I hate to say this phrase, catch up, because I hate that phrase pertaining to the pandemic. But the reality is that we all have standards to meet, right? And so are we looking at community and taking input from teachers and students and such as ways that we can move forward in this?
Through the chair, that has been done specifically within community ed. There is regular surveys with class participants about what they would like to see within their programming, as well as there has been some input sought after for regular S-term, not a district-wide survey per se, but there's been individual focus groups that have been done, which is how we got to longer days as well as extended time. There was clear request from parents to use resources in that manner, and that they would support coming to S-term longer and support in a longer time period as well.
Can I throw something out there real quick? One of those wishes of St. Paul Public Schools back in the day, they had a program that was partnered with St. Paul College, and students were able to do, like, I can give you personal experience. My sister was able to take cosmetology classes. Now, she's not a cosmetologist, she's actually a teacher at Lucy Laney, but through college, she was able to utilize those skills to kind of, help pay her way along the way. And I think that it would be an opportunity for some of our students to gain some skills if we can somehow regain that partnership back so that they can pick. It was kind of a fun program, but she still gains a whole lot out of it.
Through the chair, that would be St. Paul. I believe you're speaking of St. Paul Connects. And that was a tremendous program that we have many, many, many stories about, life-changing experiences. So absolutely, that is on the table for consideration.
Thank you.
Director Kopp?
No questions. Thanks for sharing some of the exciting plans. That's great to hear.
Director Ellis?
Well, you gave me information, so then I had like 100 more questions that popped into my head, and we're getting to the midnight hour, and so I don't want to ask all of them except for I'm wondering where we're going to be at with summer staffing, because this has been a year, and so I worry about where we're going to be at with staffing, and especially if we're extending the summer program. And that's the other question I had. I see in the shell that we received a while back, it had session 1, 2, and 3, but 3 seems to only be for credit recovery. So are there 2 summer sessions? Is it 1 long extended summer session? How many summer sessions are there? Is that still being debated?
Through the chair. So that there are 3, and it depends on which grade you're referring to, but for its credit recovery, that's actually secondary. And so a student would be able to participate in session 1, session 2, and then also just a credit recovery portion.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. Director Broderick?
I have nothing.
Thank you. Director Vu?
I have no questions.
Thank you. And I have none at this time either. Superintendent? Any follow-up to that?
No, I opened up that.
Yes, you did.
It was timely and relevant, and our team has really been working hard and thoughtfully about this. So I apologize for allowing me to indulge, but we'll be bringing additional information.
And I Just want to make sure that my verbiage was correct because I didn't hear any reports out. And so I want to make sure I didn't miss specifically either Director Kopp or Director Ellis who might have had a report out. There we go. Director Kopp.
I'll make it quick. So what's been really nice with the weather sort of improving is that in addition to phone calls with community members and emails, I've been able to go on some walks around my neighborhood with neighbors to hear what's on their mind, what they're thinking. And there's been some compliments for the great work going on and some concerns, but being able to hear those outside feels a lot different. And so I'm looking forward to doing more of those. Got a chance to meet up with SEEB and have a little conversation that was wonderful. I've been enjoying their weekly updates that they send, these bulletins that describe their work. I think it's just such an impressive group of young people, and I love seeing what they're up to. And I guess once again, just to welcome, it feels like a million years ago, but last week, Yusuf Kuriod officially joining the school board, and looking forward to getting to know him and welcoming him into the midnight. We're not even close to midnight actually, but into the midnight mind with us. That's all I got. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. Director Ellis, any that we missed?
I'm just saying it may not be midnight mind time-wise, but like my brain is like struggling to find the words right now. So I have done a lot, but I actually want to start with I called out our district last month in our board meeting talking about Black history, and I want to share a Black history lesson, American history lesson that my son had. So I asked the teacher if this assignment was part of the district's curriculum, or if that was something that this was his creation, or if this was something that, you know, we as a district sort of said, here's some things. But this was this assignment was created by Mr. Jeffrey Raymond, who is an American history teacher at Washington for 7th grade. So I watched this video because I was helping with this assignment, and the beginning of his video for the class was an acknowledgement of Black history. And then he said, it is important to have its own recognition, but it is American history. And he also said, we are also about to celebrate Women's History Month as well. And that too is a part of American history. And not ever in a class that I took in St. Paul schools did I ever hear that. And for my son to hear that in his class, and for me to be sitting next to him while we watched this video together was really impactful for me. And so I'm going to share who this lesson was about. And so if you don't know who this is, I suggest you Google. So the lesson was created by Mr. Raymond. And so if you don't know Mr. Clarence Wigington, look him up. So I did not know who this was. I'd heard the name but couldn't place it, right? And so in the lesson, there are pictures of places in St. Paul. So in case you did not know, Clarence Wigington was the nation's first Black municipal architect in the United States. Now, talking about something being personal, local, immediate, relevant, and the research, like, I cannot tell you how much my soul was singing when I was sitting in this lesson. So, to talk to being local and immediate, so there's the Highland Tower that we go by, that he designed, Como Elementary, which is one of our St. Paul public schools, the Roy Wilkins Auditorium, Holman Field Admin Building, Hamlin Playground and Rec Center, Harriet Island Pavilion, which has been renamed to Clarence W. Wigington, St. James Church, the Highland Park Clubhouse, the Zoological Building at Como Zoo, Randolph Heights Elementary, and Farnsworth Lower. And so when I tell you like that this was like, okay, I was emotional, and I was telling my son, like, you want to be an engineer. And this man was like an engineer, an architect. Like he like found you here in this lesson. And so I wanted to share that with you because I thought about being on the ethnic studies, the ethnic studies committee, critical ethnic studies committee. And I was thinking about, does every student in St. Paul know who this is? And I know that we have Minnesota Histories course, and perhaps CAP is brought up in there. But just the fact that this was one of the lessons, and that this is one that I happened to tap into, Black History Month and American history, and that it was that Mr. Raymond was like, this is Black history and it is American history. Just the importance of that, just prefacing it, saying it, and like hearing it just again made my heart sing. And so I just wanted to share that lesson with you guys because it just, I hope this is what we do in St. Paul, and this is not just a one-off or a two-off or a three-off or 20 teachers who are around the district doing this work. And unless you're happening to sit in a class, you won't know what an impact that these teachers, that our teachers could be having with not just, 7 classes in a school, but throughout the entire district. Because this lesson, let me tell you, was everything. It was everything. And so I again wanted to share that with you, and share that with community, and also with as we're talking about culturally relevant curriculum, very local and immediate to us in St. Paul. I'm born and raised here. How the hell do I not know? And so I did not know, and now I know, and I feel like a genius right now that I know this. Like I said, it's been a lot has been going on. Did the Council of Great City Schools Legislative Conference, which was really, really heavy in information, like a 200-page document on funding that potentially will be coming to schools and how that breaks out from state to state, and then trying to figure out where we are in that. And I appreciated that we got an email from Betty McCollum, Congresswoman Betty McCollum, who was like, here's sort of a breakout of some dollars that could be coming to Minnesota. So that was good. Like I said, that meeting was really information heavy. That was Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And then the retirement of Michael Casserly, who is the executive director from the Council of Great City Schools. I can't remember what year it was that he came to St. Paul and did a board retreat for us. But even when we have gone to conferences with the council, Michael Casserly has been just really supportive of our work, supportive as growing us as leaders, and recognizing the importance of the work that we're doing. And one of the things that he said that during the conference, which just sort of been rolling around in my head, is that the amount of aid that is coming to schools is the most money that school districts have ever received in a history. And what we do with it is really, really important to education going forward. And that just is, I've been like rolling that around in my head since he said it. And it's not that you didn't know, but it like to hear it verbalized and going, that's actually going to happen. And thinking about that, and as we as a district get funds, how are we going to spend those to support students? And what does that mean for short term and for sure long term for the district? And so had critical ethnic studies subcommittee meeting, MSBA directors meeting, the virtual family forum and the staff forum happened. I can't remember, but was it last week, the week before? All the days still meshed together. Yeah, back that way. And then I just also wanted to touch on or to bring back at the beginning of this meeting. I wasn't able to share anything about Chair because Chair Zhang, I just was really emotional. But I do want to share that seeing the picture because Chair Foster shared a picture of the flowers that were on the desk. So I wanted to share this story. I couldn't find the words earlier. We had been at a meeting in Minneapolis with school board directors in Minneapolis, and we were just talking about the legislature coming back into session and what ideas and or things did St. Paul and Minneapolis want to work on together. And so Kim Caprini, Marnie, Chair Zhang, and Steve and Kimberly, I did say Kimberly Caprini, Jenny Arnett. And so we were there, and so was Mary Gilbert and Josh, their lobbyist as well too. And when we were done with the meeting, we're all going out to cars, and Marnie has this big tub of flowers in the back of her car. And it's like, where did you just come from? And she's like, oh, they're from my brother's wedding. Here, take them. And it's like, I don't think anybody needs that many flowers. And so she was like, no, take them, because they're just gonna I'm gonna just leave them in the car. And so we ended up bringing all of the flowers back to 360, and we put them on the 5th floor at the administrator's assistant's desk, because Marnie had these flowers in the back of her car from her brother's wedding that were gonna die because she was gonna leave them in the back because she didn't know what to do with them. But she's like, there's somebody we can give them to. And so Sarah and I were running around 360 trying to find bases for everybody to put them on the desk at 360 on the 5th floor. And so she did say, well, let me know where you put them. And so shared pictures with her of all the flowers that she was about to let go in the car, share them with folks at 360. And so it was really funny, and it was like random that she just pulls out this big container of these beautiful like roses and like wildflowers out of her car and just said, here, take them. So it was just thinking about the flowers and just thinking about like her thoughtfulness of others, and like you can take this and it's fine, and we can figure out who we can give it to. And so that's what we did. But yeah, that was, like I said, it was just totally random, and it was fun, and it was Marnie. So, and I miss her. I just miss her.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that, we will move into our future meeting schedule. The future meetings can be found online at www.spps.org/BOE or by calling our board secretary at 612-434-1105. As a reminder, a series of special meetings has been scheduled regarding reopening items. The next special meeting is scheduled for Monday, March 29th, 2021, beginning at 5 p.m. Further information can be found on the board website and public notices pages. Our next committee of the board meeting will be held on Tuesday, April 13th, 2021, beginning at 4:30 p.m. As a reminder, this was rescheduled from the April 9th due to spring break. Our next regular meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Tuesday, April 20th, beginning at 6:05 p.m. Please view the audio stream link online at the board website, www.spps.org/BOE. Please view the board website for updates or to be added to the mailing list for public notices. Please contact our board secretary. We invite members of the community to submit public comment for the regular meetings of the Board of Education via written form or by spoken format at virtual public comment sessions by one, contacting our board secretary at sarah.dalkey@spps.org or by calling 612-434-1105, or two, sending email statements to the Board of Education's email at sb, members, spps.org, or by three, submitting comments online via public comment input form at the www.spps.org/BOE address. With that, I would motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second, Ellis.
Thank you. That motion was seconded by Director Ellis. Vote, please.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Cobb,
Yes.
Yes. That was
Director
me, right?
Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
Director Vu.
Yes.
That vote was 6 yeses, 0 noes.
Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. The time is now 10:27. We are adjourned. Thank you for your participation and viewing this evening. Good night, all.
Good night. Good night.